What's up? Good morning, party people. How we doing? What's up, Roman? Where do we want to start today? I have a pretty good idea. Oh, Roman, did you do a bunch of bits before? They didn't come through. I see them on screen, but they didn't come through on my side. What's up, admin? What's up, Mohammed? There it goes. Thank you very much. One bit at a time, Roman, as you like to do. All right. So a few updates to the studio here. I got a teleprompter. I'm like now realizing that if I do this and we start like reading news together on the teleprompter, that I'm just going to be like looking you in the eye while I do it. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. Like, so I think during YouTube videos, this makes sense, but I think during live stream, this is a little too much eye contact. So I've got like a browser on here, but I don't think I'm going to do it. Canada Revenue Agency was scammed, paying $5 million in tax returns to randoms. When am I going to be a random person that the IRS accidentally gives $5 million back to? What up, Kilobyte? How we all doing? So I wanted to start with kind of the obvious, my rant from yesterday. I was heated. I don't know if you guys could tell, if you saw my short, but I was, hey, thanks for subbing, Kilobyte. Hack the planet. Where do you usually look for on-stream vids? What up with all the bits? Thank you guys. You swore I look to the camera for stream. I'm usually here, like I'm reading chat and I'm on this monitor, but I've got the teleprompter now. And I don't think that, I mean, we could try it. I just think that maybe slightly off center probably makes a little bit more sense. I don't know. So, seems like there's like a big discrepancy between chat that's showing up for me in my streaming software versus screen. And I don't know how that changed. Like local admin, thumbs up, S. Robertson, good afternoon, is not showing up in my chat software, but it is showing up on screen. We're gonna rock with it. Yeah, I see yours. I don't know what's going on. Streamlabs or something. Restream. I don't know. One of them. All right, we're gonna rock with what we got going on. So let's everybody laugh at this. Laugh because otherwise we'll cry. Oh man, I spent a bunch of time yesterday messing with this chat box. Man, I spent a bunch of time trying to make chat on screen more readable. Oh, and now it just disappeared. I didn't even do anything and it's just disappearing. What is going on, Streamlabs? Or Restream or something? What the hell? Now chat's just like not there. I don't know what's going on. All right, we're gonna rock. Sorry guys. Which really sucks if it doesn't show up on screen because it's also not showing up in my chat software right now. That's untenable. So I can see YouTube chat here and all of chat here. None of that YouTube stuff is showing up in my actual OBS chat screen that I need it to. Let's see if I pop this out into a new screen. Love troubleshooting stream live on stream. Makes for a great stream, doesn't it? Gosh. Come on, you biatch. Yeah, see, what the hell? So we got Colin and McMedden are showing up on screen, but they're not showing up in chat for me. I don't know what to do about it. If I go over here, I can kind of see your guys' stuff now, but not really. I'm really only seeing Twitch chat. WTF. We're going to try to kick it with my own multi-message and see what happens. All right. So my new least favorite trend, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, Roman, I got you coming through loud and clear, but YouTube chat was showing up. Like Muhammad and local admins stuff showed up at first. Kilobyte, your YouTube chat showed up at first. But now it's just not. All right. We're going to hope it just solves itself. My new least favorite trend that I'm going to complain about seemingly daily at this point, because that's just like how it seems that everyone is going to start reacting to cybersecurity news, is all new cybersecurity news is now AI super hacker, significantly more sophisticated due to AI. Just like not actually the case, right? We're going to go through this hack. We have details of it and all this kind of stuff. Sorry, I'm reading something out of my agent. All right, just go. AI this, AI that. Yeah. See, I can't even see. Someone said something on screen and I can't even see it. What's your usual schedule? Are you on Twitch? Didn't see. Volnew. Yeah, my Twitch is an old name and I can't change it easily. And I got affiliate and stuff on it, so it's that's my old Twitch name. My usual schedule is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday mornings. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday mornings. One second. I'm kicking my agent down the road. What's up? Thanks for following. Welcome. Kicking my agent down the road. No, something I'm coding. So sorry, my new least favorite thing that we've got going on, right, is this right here. This is the CEO of Vercel. Do you guys need a bit of a primer what happened? The Vercel hack. We'll go through what actually happened. Because we've got details of the actual hack now. And guess what? It was an AI super hacker. So Vercel, if you guys are completely unfamiliar, is a hosting provider that is very popular in the indie hacker, small startup community, because they're built upon Next.js is their big thing. Sorry, I put my teleprompter on and I think my camera is pointed a little high. It's honestly, it's a cool product. I've used it a bunch in the past. It makes it very easy to go from hacking on a Next.js app to running in, somewhat of a reasonable cloud for a while. They've gotten a lot of heat over the years because people get hit with surprise bills because their billing is based on data throughput and traffic. So if all of a sudden you catch some attention to this little random thing that you built that maybe or maybe not is not making any money yet, and you all of a sudden get a tens of thousands of dollar bill from Vercel. A lot of people run into that. The thing that happened this weekend, and I made the video that was yo, everyone, stop what you're doing and go check it out, is they had a data breach, but the data breach seemed to include secrets. So if you're hosting an app and infrastructure, of course, you're going to like have app secrets, environment variables, things like that, API keys. The other thing that it does to make it like the super easy hosting provider to like launch from like Next.js app to Go and live is it ties like straight to your GitHub. So you just like put it on, tie it to a GitHub branch. And anytime you push code to that branch, it'll like auto wind up magically in vercel. Morning, Bill. Man, this sucks. I can't see chat. Chat's just not showing up in OBS from YouTube. I don't know what to do. It's like annoying because YouTube usually gets like the vast majority of the people hanging out in here. What can I do? Can I pull up my own YouTube channel and pull up chat on a different screen? That's what I'm going to have to do. Yeah, it seems like you guys are all good. It's just me. All right, I'm going to have to. There's no way to like pop out chat. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure out how I can get chat on screen somewhat at the same time as everything else that I'm doing without messing everything up. Yeah, see, local admin. I didn't see any of your messages about you using vercel. Or that you sent a thumbs up using 10 joules. I don't even know what that means, but thank you. I'm sure it's like an actual money button. Man, why is this broken right now? Am I seeing all of chat? Yes, I think I am now. Okay. Sorry, I'm like resizing windows and stuff, trying to like get it. Oh, damn, I'm not seeing the bottom of chat. What's the best way to subscribe? I'm subbed on YouTube, down to subscribe on Volnew. If you're talking just like free subscription, I mean, whatever, right? Like YouTube subscription's great. My newsletter subscription's great. If you're talking like paid, it also doesn't matter. YouTube, thank you if you're here. Twitch, I don't know, whatever. I don't know what it is either, but it said I could send it. Cool. All right. Shit. Now, if I go to OBS, it blocks that. This is really a pain in the ass today, man. OBS, what are we doing? What are we doing? How can I kick restream? Sorry, guys, this is like a shitty stream. I really don't want to like stop and start live, but it's like currently a significant challenge to see. Oh, God damn it. It's currently a significant challenge to see chat on screen. Okay, there we go. I think I figured something out. All right, we're good. Second monitor, I'm readjusted my window in such a way that I don't have to look at my face the whole time. And we're good. Do it live. Do it live. Refresh, restream chat. I'm like in Claude being like, what the hell do I do? Right click the restream chat, source properties, refresh cache. Refresh. Thank you, Roman. Roman's feeling generous today. All right, now I hit refresh in restream in chat in OBS and nothing is there. So I might have just broken Twitch too. This is a pain in the ass. This software, I pay money for all these pieces of software and none of them fucking work. All right, we'll see if this kind of solves itself. I hit refresh. We'll see what happens. Reconnect YouTube. Everything I touch breaks. Don't you fucking know it, man. Oh, I can go to Studio YouTube instead of my own video. Hold on. That's a good idea. Well, whatever. Everything looks like it's fine now. Someone on YouTube say something. No one said anything since I clicked refresh. Just give me a shout in YouTube. Someone. Just say how much you love me. How proud my parents are of me. Just tell me something. Shout. No, damn it. Nope. Showing up in YouTube, not in Restream. All right. We're just going forward. YouTube, you're over here. Twitch, you're over here. Okay. So I need more monitors. I need to monitor the situation harder. I need 3, 4, 5 monitors. I need a little monitor down here just for chat or something. That's next. All right. 6 monitors. Monitor the situation. Do you guys see that new Monitor the Situation podcast that's just straight trying to copy TBPN, but out of A16Z? Did you guys notice that? And the prompt, I have the prompter. Oh my God, I should put chat in the prompter. Brilliant. Let's do it. Why didn't I think of that? Studio.YouTube. I'm being told by Claude that Studio YouTube might have a chat that I can pop out. Where in Studio YouTube would a chat be? If I were a chat that I could grab out of Studio.YouTube, where would I be? Oh no, I can't find it. Oh no, darn. All right, I don't think that's actually a thing. Let's see. If I put you right there, will it stay that way? Oh my God, it did. All right, chat, you're on the teleprompter. So I'm going to I'm going to be looking at you. Oh my God. Chat, I'm going to be looking you in the eyes while I read your messages. This is a great stream, everybody. Really professional live stream. If you're watching this on the VOD, I'm sure you're thrilled. We're 20 minutes in. We haven't even started talking about the first story. Oh God, what am I doing? W stream. I don't know why you guys are all here. Minority Report when? Shoo. Chat. Go. All right. Now I have my actual normal setup plus YouTube. You're somewhere just down the barrel of this gun. And the real Monitor the Situation that's usually on this stream is some of my group chats that I'm in and Twitter, of course. You should be working. We should all be working, shouldn't we? I'm sure I'm on. There's like 20 something of you in here and like 4 people talking. I'm sure I'm like on a bunch of second monitors at work right now. I'm sure of it. That's how I used to consume Twitch. I used to watch chess live streams while working. Or like Final Fantasy 14 live streams. All right. Before I let's go through what the CEO of Vercel said. You guys now kind of have like a gist of Vercel, right? Hosting platform, hyper popular, tons and tons and tons of projects connected to here, filled with secrets. And it's all about like speed to production. So it's like, how fast can we get this thing live is like their whole thing, right? And so because of that, it's like databases are like supposed to be super easy to spin up with like Supabase. GitHub is connected. This thing is filled with secrets. An employee started using this context.ai thing. What's context.ai? It's still live, which is ballsy of them. Transform your work with AI, capture context, deploy agents, whatever. Models smart enough, they just know your work. Yeah, because you're giving them permission to read everything, right? is what's going on with context.ai. Through a series of maneuvers that escalated from our colleague's compromised vercel Google Workspace account, the attacker got further access to vercel environments. Here, this is like the bit I am a bit confused by, right? So like, even if they got your Google OAuth token because you gave it special permissions with context.ai, what kind of pivot then happened to get access to vercel environments? Vercel stores all customer environment variables fully encrypted at rest. I would like you guys to realize how much this does not matter in this particular attack situation, okay? Fully encrypted at rest. What does fully encrypted at rest actually protect against? Encrypted at rest protects against that device being stolen. That's it. Encrypted at rest means that matters on like the level of this drive is stolen. Like it cannot be accessed anymore, okay? Fully encrypted at rest means diddly squat when the application that is plugged into the data is the thing that is compromised. Does that make sense? So like if the thing that's hacked with an OAuth token like gives you an app and that app has access to data, I give zero shits if that data is encrypted. Encrypted in transit stops man in the middle. Encrypted at rest stops like theft of the drive. The application that reads that data has the fucking key to decrypt that data. That's like how that application can function, right? This is why like hashing and all this kind of stuff matters when it comes to passwords, because yeah, even though the password is encrypted at rest, guess what can talk to the application and read the password? The application, right? So that's why you have to hash them. So then even the application that can read it can't really read it because it's not really there. It's a hash of the password. Does that make sense? Like, I see this shit all the time and they're like, well, we have encryption turned on our database. And I'm like, cool. What attack is that stopping? Right? Not to say that you shouldn't do it. Of course you should do it. It's just not stopping the attack when the database administrator is compromised. Like the user account is compromised. I don't give a shit that it's encrypted. Clear? We all clear? I'll take silence as a yes. We have numerous defense in-depth mechanisms to protect core systems and customer data. I call bullshit because you didn't fucking realize any of this happened, right? Like, if you have defense in-depth measures, how come an employee was able to give like the super OAuth Google permissions on some random fucking AI app that you're not a customer of? And then how come that OAuth token allowed them to pivot somewhere else? We have numerous, this means something. Defense in-depth mechanisms, that word, like you keep using that word, I'm not sure you know what it means, is kind of what I'm getting at here. I usually don't throw stones about security incidents. Security's hard. This is like a thing that happens, like shit happens, we all get hacked. But I can't stand, like, just fucking own it and be like, this is what we're going to do to improve, right? Instead, we got this like, I mean, you don't know what you're talking about, Guillermo, right? Like, you don't know what any of this has to do with any of this, right? We do have the capability, however, to designate environment variables as non-sensitive. Unfortunately, the attacker got further access through their enumeration. Great. We believe the attacking group to be highly sophisticated and strongly suspect significantly accelerated by AI. I want to eat a gun. Like that, like we have to stop. Like we have to stop. We have to stop. Like these threat actors that, of course, they have playbooks, they have scripts, they know what they're doing, and they don't need to be accelerated by AI to like pivot around with an OAuth token and like do what they want to do, right? They move with surprising velocity and in-depth understanding. Has anyone who's ever watched a single one of my videos, this is a pop quiz of your Watch Matt J knowledge. What is my target speed at which you need to shut an attack down? What's the time period? If you've listened to me for any length of time, how fast do I say that you need to have an attacker cut out? Colin says 15 minutes. McMedden says 20 minutes. Any votes for hours or days? Any votes for hours or days? Roman says 5 minutes. Right. I say 10 to 30 minutes. So you're all good. You're all just guessing. You don't even remember. That's okay. My bar that I always like, if I was building a program, I say 30 minutes. My real goal is 10 minutes. Okay. To like actually shut someone out. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that that's my goal as someone who has built security programs over and over and over again? Okay. No, Matt can't do it in milliseconds. You need automation and all sorts of playbooks and stuff that'll just run without you. And you need like big red buttons to push to like kill access if you like are for sure something bad is going on, right? I've built so many big red buttons in my day. Why do you think that my goal is sub 30 minutes? Because every security program I've ever built needed that in order to actually stop the attackers, because that's how fast they move. If you're surprised by the velocity, then you weren't paying attention. And an in-depth understanding of vercel. I want more details because I think that the in-depth understanding is of Google workspaces, because this is what these threat actors are good at. They're good at stealing and hijacking SSO, OAuth tokens, whatever the hell session it is. And then they are scripted. They're running at machine speed because they give all their programs the tokens and the access, and then their programs know what to do to enumerate through Google Workspace environments, figure out what else they have access to, and go forth and conquer and data exfiltrate, right? You do remember the basic calculation about how to get the least amount of downtime on a server cost millions of dollars if it goes over an hour? Is it based on that? No, I'm not worried about downtime in the kinds of attacks that I'm talking about. If you're talking about downtime, it's like a DDoS thing or something like that. When we're talking about like compromised accounts, so like malware has gotten on a machine, stolen sessions, phishing, stuff like this. This is like the most of the attacks that we're responding to are malware or just like stolen session related, right? That's like by far the most popular thing going on. So the point that I'm getting at is this is just a sentence from someone who's not in security and he's the CEO, right? But like it didn't need to be here, right? It's just like, wow, the attackers were really good. It's like, yeah, attackers are really good. That's why you need a fucking talented security team with tools to move as fast as they do. Like, we've been saying this for years. You guys are just paying attention because Mythos came out or something like that. Big lesson at Reddit was something spider. Yeah, scattered spider popped Reddit. They move fast, right? Who's this guy's PR team? Oh, you mean, I don't think this guy pays attention to a single PR team thing because his public persona is kind of shit, right? So, all right. So at the moment, we believe the number of customers with security impact was quite limited. Of course, that's what everyone says. We've reached out with the utmost priority to the ones we have concerns about. All of our focus right now is on investigation, communication to customers, and enhancements of security measures. We'll get to what he fucking announced is enhancements of security measures, okay? International Cyber Digest on Twitter said employees, yeah. Colin, we're getting there. We're getting there. Mythos isn't real. CEOs got together to make a great excuse. Oh boy, you're kidding. My comments are filled with those conspiracy theories. We've analyzed the supply chain, ensuring Next.js, TurboPack, and our many open source projects remain safe. Great, thanks. You're just saying words now. The recommendation for all vercel customers is to follow the security bulletin, which was fucking empty. In response to this and aid improvement in our customer security postures, whatever. And we've got CrowdStrike, and like CrowdStrike and Mandiant are here, of course. Great. Okay. What actually happened? Let's go to what actually happened. All right. So what actually happened? Infostealer malware at context.ai. So this is when the third-party stuff happens. Yeah, Colin, that's what I was talking about with the PR blunders. So following the recent confirmation of the vercel breach, this vendor has published bullshit on this blog before. I am so tenuous about pulling up this blog on stream, but I've seen a few other people talking about this, so I think that it's accurate. But just like FYI, this whole website is on my shit source list. Okay, we're going forward because I think that it's right this time. But like, this vendor has like burned me a few times in the past. Burned. Okay. So I go forward with caution, but I think we're good. I've seen a bunch of other people talking about this. I don't think that this is the only source, but we're going with it. All right. So in February, Luma Stealer infection at a Context AI employee. Okay. So not a vercel employee, Context AI employee with sensitive access privilege was compromised. I mean, these little like shops, everyone has sensitive access privileges, right? It's like startup with no security team, a few developers with laptops. It's YOLO, right? Everyone gets everything. I've been brought in recently, actually. I've been brought into a number of these. Like, hey, we would like to start doing business with, big girl companies, and they are asking a lot of questions about our security posture, and we don't have very good answers to any of them. And so I've been like building baby's first security program a lot. And like, it's what startups do. I mean, I've been even at like 40, 50 employees, companies can get away with not having an IT person or a security person these days. Right. It's like really, once you get closer to the like 50 to 100, all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, the questions start coming up. So these sub 50 employee companies, they're just buying laptops. And then someone on the tech team is just like, oh, you need GitHub access? Here you go. Oh, you need AWS access? Here you go. You know what I mean? No shame. I'm sure some of you in chat could raise your hand and be like, yeah, that's how things go here, right? It just exists. It's fine. But to say like an employee with sensitive access, it's like, yeah, okay. It's probably most employees at these small shops. A deep dive into the infected machine's browser history. What I want to know is this a customer? Like, how do they have this information? Right? Did like Context AI wind up on Hudson Rock and then like they evaluated it? And then if so, why are they allowed to blog about it? I don't know. Right? But this is the kind of stuff that like Huntress does. Like Huntress talks about like the attacker behavior based on stuff it sees on screen, right? Whoa. Sorry. Gosh, sensitive scroll wheel. Did you guys read ahead? Did you spoiler of where the malware came from? The super AI, sophisticated AI sped up hack. The video where did Mythos leak? We've got hacks at vercel and Lovable in 2 days. Did Mythos leak? Could you believe that fucking video? Did you guys see my rant? Here's the source. Logs indicate the user was actively searching and downloading game exploits for Roblox auto farm scripts. Super AI hacker. Go! It's a fucking Roblox cheat that had malware in it with Luma Stealer. This single infection led to a massive amount of corporate credentials falling directly into the hands of attackers. Notably, a query of Hudson Rock's extensive cybercrime database reveals that Context AI only had a single InfoStealer infection on record. This exact employee from a month prior on this incident. This unique correlation makes it highly probable that this specific infection was the initial access method leveraged by Shiny Hunters. There's a question mark of if it is actually Shiny Hunters, okay? to infiltrate the organization. Threat actors like shiny hunters who frequently target enterprise environments are well known to abuse exactly these types of compromised access points to facilitate deeper network intrusions. Guys, that's it. This is the super hacker. All right. Mythos might have leaked to take full advantage of the 0 days that needed to be found because an employee of a random AI startup downloaded Roblox cheats. That's it. All right. So they extracted data from the infected machine, reveals critical exposure to enterprise tools, corporate credentials harvested during the attack, including Google Workspace credentials, keys to Supabase, Datadog, Authkit. So they just got Context AI's everything, right? Hash your passwords. Hashing your passwords would do zilch here. Zilch, nothing. This is InfoStealer malware on the machine. So they've got keyloggers, they've got full browser access. They don't even care about your password anymore because they got your token because they're in your browser, right? They got your everything. Among the heavily sensitive records compromised was the support Context AI account. The exposure of these developers and administrative tools provided the exact leverage needed to escalate privileges, bypass initial security perimeters, and successfully pivot to vercel's infrastructure. Big picture. Is this a bigger picture issue because of the customers hacked? Yeah. So like Context AI, whatever, right? I never even heard of them, don't know what they do. But the issue was Context AI, in order to use it, you needed to give it like pretty broad Google Workspace permissions. So Context AI, their shit got owned, right? Supabase and like everything. But the real thing is all of a sudden the attackers realized that vercel, someone at vercel clicked the like login with Google button at Context AI and like accept permissions to read a bunch of stuff at vercel's Google Workspace, right? So the compromised user was a core member of the Context Inc. vercel team. History logs showed direct access to critical administrative endpoints, which connects directly to the warnings issued in this thing. This is the part I'm like slightly disconnected on how this happened though, right? Because even if you did the like sign in with Google, OAuth token, grants permissions to Context AI, that should just let you into like the Google land at vercel. This isn't like an Okta token that if you got the Okta token, you would get into like all the SaaS apps gated by that SSO gate. Even though you can do SSO gating with Google, that's like not what this, like the OAuth token of like the login with Google to Context AI would have been scoped to like Google things. So I'm just not understanding how they like pivoted from Google things to infrastructure, unless there was like sensitive how to access vercel infrastructure, whatnot stuff in like Google Drive, because it happens, right? Like people will, no one here has ever worked at a place that had like a spreadsheet sitting in Google Drive filled with like, you know, passwords on like how to access certain things or anything, right? Has never happened. I've absolutely never seen it. No one's ever seen a Google Doc with like a bunch of how to access infrastructure instructions, right? No. I mean, so like that might be it. I don't know though, right? Let's keep reading. Maybe I didn't get this far. So this vercel Context Inc. This is where highly sensitive secrets. What is this? Why is this on a website? Valinor settings environment variables. Is that like per customer, that endpoint? Or if that's like an admin interface, so like a employee of vercel can just go and see a bunch of customer secrets and API keys and environment variables? You know what I mean? That would be kind of crazy. Evidence of direct access to developer tools for administrative dashboards. Google OAuth client identifier belonging to the third-party service Context AI identified as an IOC. Summary of the findings. The threat actor. Shut up, Hudson Rock. You're not getting free promo here. All right, so kind of stupid and crazy, right? What else do we got? That's lovable. Tuckner just tweeted me this. Vercel disclosed the breach, some internal systems. How it happened. Context employee device infected with Luma Stealer. March. Attacker accessed Context AI's AWS, stole OAuth tokens from their legacy AI Office suite. April. One stolen token from a Vercel employee who granted broad Google Workspace access let the attacker pivot to Vercel's internal systems. They enumerated non-sensitive environment variables. Only non-sensitive environment variables, those flagged as sensitive in the Vercel dashboard. Those not flagged as sensitive. These decrypt to plain text and were accessible via internal APIs. What was not exposed? Sensitive flagged environment variables, customer deployments or production apps, Next.js, any NPM packages, core infrastructure. Vercel confirmed this with GitHub, Microsoft NPM, and Socket. The supply chain is clean. Rotate all non-sensitive environment variables, revoke the old keys. This is the part that, the part that like is crazy to me is the secrets, the keys. So anything that you tie into Vercel, which is so much. So Stripe, Supabase, GitHub, any of these other stuff, deleting in Vercel does not equal rotation. That's a good point. It doesn't kill those keys if you just delete it. Switch to sensitive mode going forward. Enable strong MFA. Wouldn't have done anything here. Vercel accounts were not compromised. Review activity logs and team access. Set deployment protection. Claimed a $2 million data dump. Vercel has not confirmed anything. Man. All right. So that one's kind of wild. And like the talk about it was even crazier, right? No way. Used super secure Jira though. Yeah, of course. So then in like the same like ecosystem of stuff, right? So like Vercel is gained a lot of popularity in the like vibe coding space. In the same vein, right? Lovable is another one of these like just prompt and all of a sudden you're launching a website type sites. So you're like, you know, vibe coding some stuff. So general workspace access exposed, all that. Roman, that's where I'm still slightly disconnected, right? Even in all the breakdowns we're seeing, it's like, I got it that they got into Google. I cannot connect the hop from like Google to all those environment variables and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it should still be scoped. Like that, what they said they got, that token that they said they got out of Google should have been scoped to Google. We're missing one piece to the puzzle. You know what I mean? We're missing like a small piece. Sorry, I had to kick my agent. All right, so Lovable. Are you guys familiar with what Lovable does? Would it help if I like pulled up Lovable really quick? Just in general. It's like a super popular AI like builder, right? So their whole bit, it's kind of like Replit. Replit and Lovable were kind of like racing to see who would win. I think Claude Code just kind of beats them both now. So like, I don't really see a reason to use these unless you're like super non-technical and maybe just like the interface of that they kind of like handhold you through a bit more. So like, it's just like you talk to this prompt and it builds a website, right? So like you ask it to like make something and it's going to do all the platformy things that you need to do. And like you hit a button and you're live. So you're going like from prompt to like live website is their whole bit, you know, publish, whatever, right? Hyper popular. Them and Replit were like the two that people loved, right? Let's see if we can like see any examples. Yeah, I mean, pretty standard, you know, AI shout out this website type stuff, right? So you're like, oh, I'm starting a tea company and I need to like create a thing with a shopping cart and a this and a that. And you just kind of like talk it out and then it shits it out, right? A bit late. Thanks to the stream. You're not late. I'm going to be live for a few hours. You're good. What's up, Blazing? Sorry, Colin. Perhaps worked because vercel's internal systems trusted any authenticated Google Workspace account from their domain without additional verification device. Yeah, so that was my first assumption, Colin, right? So like I first assumed exactly that, right? Like because Google, you can use Google as an identity provider, right? Like as like an SSO gate, kind of like Okta or kind of like I don't know, what are some other popular ones? Like Entra, right? Like Microsoft stuff. You could use Google as your IDP. And a lot of like small companies do that because they're like, hey, everyone that gets hired here gets Google account. That's like our source of truth of like, if you're here, if you're working here, you've got an email and a drive and like, so cool. That's going to gate everything else. And there's like bells and whistles to do identity stuff there, right? So I don't think it's like a terrible option if you're starting out. You're going to like outgrow it and you're going to want a lot of the other like actual security company, identity company type stuff eventually. But that's what I thought. I was like, okay, Google account, like Google OAuth token compromised. That was the gate into a lot of these other like SSO, you know, SaaS platforms because the Google was the SSO. But then I said that on Twitter and some people were like, hey, that's not how that OAuth token grant to a third-party thing works. So like when you logged in to Context AI and said like allow, like log in with Google to that third-party thing, you've all done this before, right? You've clicked log in with Google, brings you to like a permission page. You click like allow, you're giving this third-party like read access into like your name and, you know, your email and like a few other things, whatever, right? And then they do the OAuth thing behind the scenes, right? That handshake and like that interaction is just scoping that OAuth token to specifically that, like some Google stuff that you're giving it permission to. For Context AI, it was a lot. So it wasn't just your name and email. It was probably read access to your email, read access to Drive. Because I think the whole point of the tool was to like give AI your like context for your company and your email and everything so that it could like do all sorts of stuff. It's like, I think the whole point. So, but that should be it. Even though it was broad, it should have just been scoped to Google. Like it wasn't, oh, you can assume the identity of this person in Google kind of token. That would have taken like malware on the vercel employee's box or the vercel employee falling for phishing. So like context.ai popped, found the OAuth token for the vercel Google account. That should, it was broad and crazy, but it should have just given the hacker read access to like Google Workspace stuff. Context scraping, markdown. Yeah, I'm like the only thing that, what did Tuckner say to me? Tuckner's big on this kind of stuff. Let me look. Tuckner replied to me. Here, I pull. Okay. If you guys don't know, I've had Tuckner on the channel before. He's like really into a lot of this stuff. Let me pull it up on screen. So he's like, hey, there's no allow all Google, because a lot of people are like, oh, you got to allow all. It's like, no, there isn't allow all, but it was super broad, right? I was like, oh, you're a good person to ask. How'd they pivot from this OAuth token scoped for googly things to presumably other apps? He's like, depends on the scopes and the user permission, but it could have been as simple as a read-only permission to Google Drive that allows for unexpected file access. Any files you shared with the users might have had some sort of password stored. So that's like our best guess, right? I was like, that leads me to believe that like they're reported significantly sped up by AI, like pivoting, because he was like, oh, they pivoted around to other vercel infrastructure systems. I was like, that sounds like bullshit then, right? Come to my attention that some people put their 1Password recovery kit PDF in G Drive. Okay. So he pulled like this old tweet that was like, maybe it was like a 1Password vault or something in G Drive, or the OAuth token let them pivot a la Okta session to other SSO things. Still probably not super AI speed shit, but his response made it sound like pivoting happened. He said, I put my money on something. It would be helping in post-exploitation. Something helping in post-exploitation. Some of the screenshots from Hudson Rock breach forums allude to an endpoint compromise and a wide array of data that would be sifted through. Endpoint compromise on context, right? So then I didn't even read this. Luma compromised if context employee finds OAuth admin access, sees vercel grant of OAuth permissions, drive read, use of tokens allow access into vercel drive. Something in drive allows deeper pivot. Then he says A, but this doesn't really tell us anything here. One stolen, let the attacker. Like, that doesn't really like confirm what you're saying. There is still a missing link. Google Workspace that allowed pivot to vercel systems. We're missing how. I agree. It might just be sensitive info in G Drive, but wish we knew. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, am I missing something? I've read pretty much all of this on camera now. Am I missing something? Google has a feature called personal intelligence for context AI. I mean, if they got to context AI first, couldn't they piggyback off of whatever model is being used to grab context? Yeah, maybe, right? Like maybe they could just talk. That would just speed them up a little bit, maybe, Colin, right? Like you could just like talk to context AI's thing and as an attacker live off the land of the model that has access to their G Drive and be like, give me the secrets. Like, you know what I mean? Like that'd be interesting. But I don't know. We're still missing a link unless I'm completely stupid, which is definitely possible. All right, so back to the lovable thing. Sorry, we're bouncing back and forth. So you guys got a picture of what lovable is, right? It's like the vibe up my own website kind of thing. So what actually went public? So we're gonna hold on before we do this. I liked this VX Underground. VX Underground's got to be like top 5 Twitter accounts for me. If you're not following them, they're fantastic. They're faster and smarter than me at like everything that I try to share. Because I think there's like a team of people. There's one main guy, but I think there's like a team of people, and they get, I don't know, they get tips before I do. They're awesome. And they're funny. So Be Lovable, worth $5 billion, big startup in the EU. Oh yeah, they're like one of the biggest EU startups. Vibe coding app thing. Coding is for nerds. Vibe coding is cool. Early March, this OSINT guy reports a bug. Mythos user, I gotta follow that. Can see everyone's prompts and stuff, LOL. Image 1 is thinking stuff. So what is this? Users share secret keys and personal data between AI chats. Anyone can read them. This still works today. So this was reported to Lovable. Basically saying, if you went to the website, right, that the person made with Lovable, somewhere in the response was the prompts that generated that website. Okay. So like I go on this website, I start prompting, I want, you know, YouTube for cats or whatever. Great. Then an attacker who knew what they were looking for, just kind of in the response data of the website, for some reason in the response data, a bunch of the prompts existed. Get prompt message output body. Content. Video add video tracking, add YouTube Vimeo API tracking. This was the prompt. And then here's another, and then this is the AI's thinking process. YouTube iframe API, whatever. This is like, you guys have all used these tools at this point, right? Like, this looks familiar to you. Lovable replies, image 2, HackerOne stuff. So that person reported this to the bug bounty system, HackerOne, I guess Lovable had listed on. Thanks for this is HackerOne analyst. So HackerOne does some triage first. That's their whole thing. Do some triage. Thank you for your submission. So this is not a Lovable employee for what it's worth. But the HackerOne triage analyst is probably back-ending like in Slack with a Lovable employee. Okay. I was a HackerOne customer. So that's they're supposed to be like the first wave to like filter out some bullshit. And then they're like working with my team in the background for stuff they think is real. Okay. So HackerOne analyst says, thank you for your submission and the exceptional technical documentation. Your report demonstrates thorough research. Great. After reviewing your findings, the issue has been previously reported and it's assessed in report blah. This is like one of the most frustrating parts of bug bounty. When I used to do this, I used to drum up a few $1,000 a year just in like cross-site scripting bugs and CSRF bugs back when they were fucking everywhere. 40%, 50% of what I would report in Bug Crowd back in the day or HackerOne back in the day was like, I would get like dupe messages. You have to be the first to find it, which is just a giant pain in the ass. Cause it's also like, they can just say dupe. It felt very unsatisfying because I was like, okay, then why is it fucking on the website? If someone told you about it already, why is it still on the website? Like, why could I still exploit this vulnerability? Like, fix it faster, right? Because now I wasted my time like on this whole thing and it's still on the website. And like, they could just say dupe. They could just say like, someone told us this already, lol. And like, there was nothing you could do. Like, that's it. Like, end of conversation. Like, there was no proof. There was no like, okay, all right, I guess I was slow. It was like an extremely frustrating experience because like you worked on this bug report, you built POCs, you didn't want to like send over just some like nonsense. You're like, okay, here's the exploit. And you're like, you're not the first one to tell us about this. Cool, fucking fix it. Both reports describe the same systematic authorization vulnerability where API verifies Firebase drink every time there's a Firebase auth-z problem. Verifies Firebase authentication tokens, but fails to verify project ownership. While your report identifies additional affected endpoints beyond those in the original submission, these represents additional instances of the identical root cause of the vulnerability. The authorization layer's failure to implement ownership checks affect multiple endpoints systematically. It's a lot of words to say, hey, we're just not going to pay you out for this. Thanks, though. Per this program's duplicate policy, when multiple reports describe the same issues, only the first report gets triaged. Okay. So HackerOne's like, great, duplicate, LOL, yeah, I misconfigured Firebase stuff. He's like, okay. Half fixes, only fixes new projects. So I think it was like November 2025 was the line in the sand of when this bug got fixed. Anything after that, whatever. Old projects, still free real estate. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Uber, Spotify. Make a free Lovable account, make API call and ask for stuff. Image 3 is Lovable giving free stuff. All images are from this guy. So this was still like today, right? Like yesterday when this all came out. So you could just like, with a Lovable account to their API, just kind of enumerate. And there was fucking secrets in here. Because like the AI thinking process isn't filtering out secrets. So like if you're talking to the AI and you're like, add database, it's like going to go do that. And it's like, here's the key and shit, right? Because it's just talking to you in the command line. But it just happens that in this case, it's on this website. So this is all just like whatever. All right. So that's all bad. enough, right? But like whatever, this is like API security 101. This is like every API vuln that we talk about. The fucked up part was Lovable's response at this point. Lovable's like, actually, this wasn't a security issue. Guys, just so we're on the same page. This wasn't a security issue. This was just a documentation issue. We just forgot to tell you that all of your secrets would be public. We just forgot to tell. We should have put it in the documentation that all the secret stuff that you tell us in chat that feels really private is actually public. That's not a security issue though, right? This isn't a data breach. Yeah, you could have just gone on to our API and got the Supabase keys and secret URLs to some of the Fortune 100 customers of ours. But that's not a data breach, guys. We just forgot to tell them, our customers in the Fortune 100, that we were going to make all that public. It's not a feature. Yeah, it's not a bug. It's a feature. Yeah, guys, to be clear, we didn't suffer. This wasn't a data breach. I know that you're seeing private database keys on Twitter right now, but that's not a data breach. That's just a documentation error on our side. Our documentation of what public implies was unclear. That's a failure on us. We failed, but we did not get hacked. Yes, we failed. Of course we failed. Mea culpa. But we failed at documentation, not at security. Failing at security is a big deal. Failing at documentation, we could fix this. We could fix this, okay? How ridiculous is this, right? Specifically for our public projects, chat messages used to be visible. This is no longer possible. Again, no longer possible as of new projects. If you use this before November 2025, it was still possible. When it comes to code of public projects, that is intentional behavior. Guys, this is intentional. If you make your project public, of course we're going to leak all of the source code and database keys and everything because it's public. It's right there in the name. This is a public project. This is a public project. Guys, public project means all of the secrets that you attach to this project are not secret. And every conversation in chat that you have building a public project is also public. It's right there in the name. It says public. This is intentional behavior. Intentional behavior. We have experimented with different user experience. This is just bad user experience, not bad security, for how build history is surfaced on public projects. But the core behavior has been consistent, and it's by design. We've been consistently sharing your public information that you had no idea was being shared public. Importantly, for our enterprise customers, being able to set visibility to public for new projects has been disabled since May 2025. Okay. All right. Obviously, they got fucking dragged for this. So what happened? We're sorry. Oh, we're sorry. We're sorry. Who remembers that South Park episode? We're sorry. Oh, we're sorry. Our initial statement didn't properly address our mistake. Here's what public project unlovable means and how we got where we are today. In the early days, people didn't know what Lovable was capable of, so we wanted to make it easy to explore what others were building as a way to spark ideas and lower the barrier to get started. So scrolling GitHub or Dribble, you browse projects to see what's possible, you go build your own. When you create a project on GitHub, you can make it private or public. Lovable worked the same way. Users had a public or private option right in the chat box. A public project meant the entire project was public, both chat and code, which I'm sure was super fucking clear. Yeah, this is of course written by AI. Just like a public project on GitHub, we thought. Where on GitHub is all of like my private chat messages with an AI thing helping me write code? I know what a public repo on GitHub means. I even have a .git ignore file to make sure the sensitive shit that I am writing in GitHub doesn't end up in a public Git repo. There's like a whole fucking feature of public Git repos called, hey, Git, ignore this pile of sensitive stuff. Why would I think that my chat, that I'm like in a screen and it looks like a private chat that I'm having with an AI bot, why would I think that that would end up on the fucking repo? Insane. And then if so, okay, fine. We're going to concede all of that. I got to huff glue and just concede that makes sense, right? Why would you then not have guardrails in place that didn't respond all the database secret shit, right? Like, if all of this is public, great. But you have like fucking Supabase tied in. So you have like in a chat, you can be like, give me a database because I need a database now. And then the chat responds with, you saw the example, right? Where is it? Why would the chat respond with this? Like, this is chat. This is a file. This file is automatically generated. Like, this is just like AI generated this. That's a Supabase. That's like the private like key. Supabase service role key. Supabase URL publishable key. So that's not the private one, but seemingly right beyond the screenshot is like the database keys. Like, what are we doing, right? Insane. All right. So what was their second response? Well, how'd they tie a bow on this? Sorry, just brain breaking, right? Just like a GitHub project. Okay, over time, we realized this was confusing. Many users thought public just meant others could see their published app. Duh. Of course that's what they fucking thought, right? Or maybe even the code, but not the chat of an unpublished project. That's reasonable. Fucking stupid. On the free tier, users originally couldn't create private projects. So everything, if you were on the free tier, everything you typed in, all your wildest dreams. So they had to upgrade to a paid plan to do so. In May 22, GitHub does this too. You can't make private repos on a free GitHub. So I get it, but just like, it's super not clear. In May 2025, we changed all this. Users on the free tier could choose to make their projects private. For enterprise customers, the public visibility setting was disabled. And in December, we switched to private by default across all tiers. We also retroactively patched our APIs so public project chats couldn't be accessed no matter what. Unfortunately, in February, while unifying permissions in our backend, we accidentally re-enabled the access to chats on public projects. This was reported through HackerOne. Unfortunately, the reports were closed without escalation because HackerOne partners thought that seeing public projects chat was intended behavior. So now they're blaming HackerOne triage, right? Upon learning this, we immediately reverted the change to make all public project chat private again. We appreciate the researchers who uncovered this. Fucking A, man. Just own it, right? Like, just be like, yeah, we probably shouldn't have leaked all the fucking chats just because the word public was somewhere in there. Oh, Tuckner responded to me. Let's see what he said. I was like, there's still a missing link, because he's like, hey, confirmed, but we kind of knew all this bit. And he said, totally agree. Could be a different permission or type of access altogether. Supposedly OAuth apps offered through the Google Workplace could allow for a more broad access into many apps if the decommissioned context app was published this way. Okay. So maybe it's broader, or maybe there's, we're still missing a pivot. Another day in the life of cybersecurity. Yeah. Is Mythos engine in the caboose? South Park Human Centipede. Oh, God. Mythos is in the engine, probably. I'm messing with my buddy. So my buddy, I got like a close founder buddy who he's like also my gym buddy, and we've been like hacking on startup stuff for like years now at this point. He's like helped me a lot with Volnew as I was getting started and whatnot. He's a founder of a pretty successful. Whoa, hey chat, welcome back to screen. Fucking restream, and Twitch is just not there. So I got Twitch only in OBS. I got YouTube only on a completely different fucking screen because it's not showing up in OBS and Restream. And now I got YouTube only on Stream. Restream, 10 out of 10, no notes. What the fuck is going on, man? Is there an alternative? What do people do? Like I would love an alternative. What do the good streamers use? Sorry, I'm like, I should have been writing this on screen. I'm like, just ranting about Restream on Twitter. Oh, it's not us, it's you for thinking it's private. Oh, I missed that chat. The age-old question of, do I stick with one platform only, or do I make use of the service ingest on multiple different platforms at the same time? Just put AI in it. All right, so funny thing that I've been doing lately, I needed a browser extension. I don't know, maybe you guys would like to do this kind of stuff too. I was thinking about doing a video about it, even though it's like kind of not my norm. I needed a browser extension, and it was one of those browser extensions that needed that super scary permission, like ability to like read and impact permissions on all websites. Like you guys have installed these extensions. It's like the everything permission. It's just like it needs to access data on all websites. And so I was nervous, but I needed to install it because with my teleprompt, I needed like to force dark mode on all websites. So like there's a browser extension that like needs the special permission to make dark mode on all websites. I needed it because if I was reading a news article on my new teleprompter here with like a white screen, there was like a glow around my face because that's like how teleprompters work. There's like a reflection in front of the camera now that I can see. But it was like too bright if it was like an all white screen. And a lot of these news websites are like forced all white screens. I was like, all right, I need a browser extension that's going to like make it all dark so that my teleprompter doesn't glow around my head. But then that scary permission showed up and I was like, I don't like that scary permission. So what I did was I fired up Claude Code with Pi, and I was like, all right, I've got like I've got the source code. I've got the extension. Go review it. Like, I'm scared, review it. And it went through and did a full security review of the extension for me. Excuse me. That snuck up on me. It did like a full like source code review of the extension before I felt comfortable going forward with it. And I was like, this is like definitely a new part of my workflow. Because like Claude Code is very good at, Claude Code is very good at finding vulnerabilities in code. If you install an extension, you have the code. Like, so you can just review it. So like, why the fuck not? Right? Thank you for the blessies. Thank you. I'm giving my guy shit. I was telling you, right? My gym buddy, founder buddy, he's like founded some really good startups. Dude, this account comes in, says, where's the GitHub repo link? Every stream? And I say, what GitHub repo link? And then they never say anything else. I don't understand, man. I wonder if Claude Code could create an extension easily. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. Super easily. Never really got into coding, but AI coding and Claude Code looks interesting. Yeah. So what you would be called, there's a new term. I've had to say it in a few videos now. What people are calling people like you who like aren't into coding, but maybe want to ship some code with Claude, you're now called a citizen coder. This is like citizen. I think we talked about it on stream a little bit. Someone had to tell me what it meant. Like not the front lines, like citizen in like a military term. If like engineers are the like actual military, and then there's the citizens. So like citizen coder is like the guy in accounting that's writing code and shipping code, because it's happening already. Citizen coders. I like that. All right, this is a good transition to the next topic. I want to talk about vercel and lovable a bunch. And then, where's the last bit that I had prepped to talk about? Where did I lose it? How did I lose it? Damn. Sorry, I got to find it again. Yeah, here it is. So speaking of, if Francisco is in chat, I'm sure he'd have some thoughts on this. But guys, I think I have so many thoughts and questions about citizen coding, because I feel like you can't do it well in cybersecurity if you don't know how the specific logic of the code works. Yeah, I mean, like, I tend to agree, obviously, right? But is there going to be a tipping point where the models are better than the humans anyway? Like even some of the most talented humans anyway? So like, of course I tend to agree, but I don't know, the models, like, I don't know, the models are getting so good. All right. So really, like, those of you who are getting super into this stuff, have you guys heard about Kimi? Kimi K2, Kimi Moonshot. This is one of the best out of China. Okay. So these are the Chinese like open models. Is Kimi killing all models? Well, Kimi is its own model. So Kimi isn't necessarily killing all models. It's kind of sucking off the fumes of all the other models. So Anthropic or OpenAI, one of them came out and accused Kimi of distilling their model. I think it was Anthropic. It's like, oh, we've caught all these distillation attacks, meaning they can kind of like reverse engineer the public frontier models without spending, the billions of dollars to actually like train their own model, right? As the Viber, you still need to nudge them into, yeah. So like you are much more successful as a vibe coder if you know what you're doing, for sure. But like, would I say that you couldn't be effective in cybersecurity, right? Colin said, I feel like you can't do well in cybersecurity if you don't know what the specific logic of the code works. I don't know if that is going to continue to be true. Which is like a really, really bold statement, right? Because like, yeah, I think for a very long time, that was true. Like to the point that like when I got into cybersecurity, my weakest part in cybersecurity is networking. When I was like pen testing and stuff and like early in my cybersecurity career, people had bold statements and they were like, Roblox Kingdom subscribed. We were just talking about Roblox malware. Welcome. Gosh, I'm so distracted today. I just got like ADD pilled at some point after the lovable conversation. I'm like, I got a text message and alerts and all this sorts of stuff. So when I first started in cyber and my networking chops were so low that people were like, you can't be an effective pen tester or like good in OffSec if you don't like truly understand like the underlying protocols and, a lot of the Unix shit underlying. And I didn't. I was like pretty weak at all of it. It's almost why I went into AppSec is because like my brain just like could not understand the low level networking concepts, right? And so I was like, all right, I get AppSec. It seems like gettable for my smooth brain. And I got really, really good at AppSec, right? That's like what I specialized in for a long time. And I kind of saw the writing on the wall that like the network stuff was getting commoditized anyway. So yeah, a lot of the purists were like, oh, but you don't truly understand it. It's like, yeah, but Metasploit got really fucking good, right? And I think like that just continued to get more and more true. What is... Oh, it's my straw. It's so funny. I was like, nothing is in front of my on-air sign. It's my straw. I was like, what is going on my screen? ADD pilled. And so I'm just like, my wheels are turning, Colin. It's such a good question. Like, can you be effective in cybersecurity without truly understanding a lot of the like underlying stuff right now? I've long said that like the cybersecurity analyst as a position was dying, that we didn't really need that person that truly didn't understand the tech, like couldn't get their hands on and get operational. We didn't need someone in the room to go, hey, everybody, have we thought about security? And like for a long time, that was a job role and it was called security analyst. And you just kind of was like, you were the security person in the room. You weren't like the hands-on operational stuff, right? And I kind of have said like, that's like a dying role. But I think with like, when it comes to the AI models, I feel like the AI models are getting so good that it's lowering the bar of what it takes to be operational. Right? So like, bold statement, but I think you could wind up being an effective cybersecurity person if you can properly, huge caveats all over what I'm saying, right? All over what I'm saying, because so many people are so far behind on the AI stuff, right? Like a ton of people just aren't even messing with Codex or Claude Code or like building agents or harnesses, like context management, all this kind of stuff. I feel like you have to get really, really good at all that if you want to be effective at anything with AI without understanding the like underlying stuff, right? It created a bunch of logic exploits and bug bounty from the AI code. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know how to properly harness a lot of this stuff, you could potentially end up with vulns. That being said, the newest models are definitely writing more secure code than humans. Not to say that they're writing perfectly secure code, but humans have long written really shitty, vulnerable code. That's why, like, I have a career, right? The models are definitely doing better. They're not infallible yet. So Anthropic doesn't like copying other people. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Did you see the guy talking to Claude the other day? He was starting sentences of Harry Potter and Claude was finishing them. So it definitely has the like full copyrighted book like in its training source. AI, the new sauce. Jailbreaking the LLM will be dope in cybersecurity. Yeah, that's like definitely happening all the time. I don't think I'm ready for a job in cybersecurity until I feel like I can code without using LLMs because of what happens when those LLMs go down. Is that a bad mentality? No, it's a fantastic mentality. It's a fantastic mentality. Of course. Like, I think it's so hard for me to answer because I have like a many decades old kind of like programming knowledge and understanding. I think there's like a bar that you kind of have to get in terms of like technological understanding and coding ability to just even be speaking the same language, right? And to even then confidently be messing with these AI tools. Like I'm talking to a guy who's an architect, right? Who is like trying to vibe code some like helper stuff to go from like voice description of a thing to like a 3D model of a project, right? He's got this dream. He's not technical. He's doing it in chatgpt.com. Okay? So like chatgpt.com is like, hey, copy and paste this like Python code into the, and then it's telling him, open the command, run this command. And he's just copying and pasting the commands. He has no fucking clue what he's doing, right? Not hate to him. He's an architect. He's a very talented architect, but he has no clue what he's doing. And so he's just like running it. Whatever ChatGPT tells him to do, he's doing, right? And I was like, well, hey man, are you like comfortable with the terminal? Like, cause like I can get you hooked up on Claude Code and like, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, terminal, you know? He didn't even really know, but he was doing that already. And so there's this like disconnect. And it's like really inefficient. And like using chatgpt.com is not the best way to be doing anything related to code or anything like that these days, right? If you're a developer, like that, like I talked to a developer that's their only AI coding thing that they've ever done is chatgpt.com, like free /$20 plans, not even the latest models usually, right? Like that ain't it. Like that ain't it. You're not doing it, right? Roman says, Roman, sorry, I was missing some of yours. I think you're right. If you can retain the skills you're using and learning from the operational practice, you could see making you very effective. Yeah. When will Claude give us audiobooks? You won't ever feel like you're ready regardless. I can vibe code and read and understand it. Can I write it without an LLM? No. And I think that's like going to wind up being okay. If you can understand what the output is and you can like properly pilot it and like you do understand the code, but like you don't really feel confident enough to just like open an IDE and just start raw writing code. No one does that anyway. You know what I mean? Like even professional developers don't start from like an empty folder and start writing code, like raw dog in some text files, right? Like everyone's going to start from like a template or like a baseline project. And then like they'll write functions, right? They're like, oh, okay, I need to write a new API endpoint. How do I declare a new API endpoint in Next.js? Okay. What does it need to do? Okay, it needs to take input from here. I got to like validate that input and then I got to like transform it and then I got to do something to it, right? That's like basically what a lot of functions do. If you can like do that, if you can write a function and like truly understand that, I think you're pretty good, right? Like that's as good as a developer as I ever got. But then I keep pulling the thread and I'm like taking for granted a lot of shit that I just like know from 20 years ago that's just ingrained in me now, right? So like, okay, connect to this database. Well, what's going on? What does connect to the database mean? How is it handling a session? What's an API key? How am I storing that? Like all these kinds of things are not coding, right? Oh, I'm just like pulling in all these dependencies. Wait, why am I pulling in this random dependency? Like, what is this? Like, what is this dependency that I'm using? This is where a lot of security issues are popping up these days, right? You could see the design, adjust it. That's good to know. I'm taking a Python class where I have to know how to write stuff from scratch live. It's kicking your ass. Right. It's kicking your ass. I don't know if I would be able to even do that today, Roman. You know what I mean? Like just raw write Python live from scratch. It's kind of wild. Is memorizing syntax of code useless? I've been trying to learn about various languages. Yeah, I would say that memorizing syntax to a degree is probably not super necessary. Like even without it, take AI out of the equation, you still would be able to like, and everyone would do this. When I was like writing my most code in my life, it was mostly Node.js. And I would do things. I had things in my developer environment so that I would have the docs in my IDE. There was like a project that I remember having, or it was like a desktop app on Mac that like had all the docs of all the latest like frameworks and code. And so I'd be able to like go into Spotlight and just start searching docs on my Mac. So like even when I was writing the most code in my life, I'd be like, oh, how do I do this to an array or like whatever? And you're just like, okay, React.js, like array, doc page, right? And you'd pull it up. And that's like when I was writing a lot of code. So like, I don't think that unless you're super far in, like memorizing the syntax was never like a measure of whatever. You do want to not have to look up everything, right? You do want to be able to just like kind of massage and like go around and do whatever you're doing, right? But like, I think memorizing the syntax of everything, like even the most senior talented developers that I ever like sat next to weren't just like ever, raw shitting out a bunch of stuff, right? They'd go into a hole, they'd put their headphones on and they'd be like, what am I working on? Okay, I need to design this functionality, working backwards, first principles. What does that require? Okay, I need a back-end endpoint that does this. I'm going to need to expose this to the front end. I need to do security stuff in between. I need to like play nicely with this part of the code. And like that whole understanding is still super important. I say super important, but then I convince myself it's not, because most of these fucking projects that you're going to start these days are just Claude code shit out, right? Huge difference between make me malware, make no mistakes versus recursively do a loop for until satisfy a yeah. But I think the latter that you're talking about, like specifically saying recursively do this loop, that's like first gen AI was like able to do that. Like give me a function that does this, right? What is the degree of separation between people looking stuff up on Stack Exchange versus looking it up on Claude? Yeah, right? I mean, Stack Overflow went to 0 on traffic. What I like is when you could have AI explain how the system, yeah, it's fantastic. AI can explain what's going on line by line. That's Robertson. I'm a senior dev. The main thing I've seen juniors do is just not know what question to ask. Yeah. Okay, that you're saying it way better than me. Knowing the core concept and being able to see when an LLM is bullshitting are key. Yeah. Very, very, very true and important. Don't even know how to prompt or what to prompt is kind of like what I'm getting at, right? I can do that all day. Good to know. My best skill is my writing. I'm really good at writer. Full ride scholarship for college based on an essay I wrote. Fantastic. You suck at remembering syntax and you're a senior dev. Exactly. I had to look up like anytime. Man, Golang was super hard for me to memorize. Node, I could like kind of get around Node for a while there. But like, oh man, what's the like, because Node was asynchronous. So a lot of the asynchronous shit would trip me up. I would write a lot of bugs in asynchronous Node code. But then everything changes under your feet all the time, right? So all of the, we're all citizen coders. All of the, like all the syntax and shit is going to change from under your feet. Like JavaScript JavaScript doesn't change, but like React all of a sudden comes out with a whole bunch of new APIs or something. And you're like, oh, why are you doing it that way? Like, oh, you're doing an HTTP request that way? That's like the old way to do it in React. There's a whole new way to do it. And it's like, well, shit, I memorized the old way to do it. You know what I mean? Oh, guys, I forgot I shit posted on LinkedIn this morning and I haven't gone to check. Did my LinkedIn blow up? Are people mad that I shit posted? No, it did not blow up. Okay, good. I put my rant video that was very not LinkedIn of me on LinkedIn. I was like, oh, let me go check if people are upset. Shit posting is chill. Cloud security analyst interview coming up. Any advice? What is a cloud security analyst, Roman? What's that? What is that role? Hit me with the role or description or something. We can talk about it. Literally, that's what I've been overwhelmed by. Everything is changing so much. Oh, dude, all of us. I literally have a group chat up permanently on my screen of AI, a number of them, of like AI obsessed people. And we're all fucking overwhelmed. All of us. Everyone at all times. Yeah, Roman, let me know. Cloud security analyst is a weird title. I've heard cloud security engineers. Cloud security engineer, but less operational. Learning to be operational. Monitoring cloud environments with CSPM. Remediating with various tech teams. Yeah, so for the interview, do they have like a list of technologies that they would like you to be proficient in? So like I would be ready to talk about things like Terraform, pick a CSPM and get familiar with their like stack, right? Like Palo's Prisma or Wiz or, you know, pick one and then get super fluent in all the stuff that they say they do and solve and how. Maybe like catch a demo of one of those platforms, you know, somehow just like try to catch a demo from one of their salespeople, like try to understand Python, CSPMs, thinking of using Prowler. But seriously, if you can catch like a Wiz demo and just get like super familiar with the platform and everything they say it does, and like you're smart, like, okay, I see what they're doing and why this is valuable. Like that's the kind of stuff that they're going to ask in the interview. So like actually I was a main interviewer for the Reddit cloud security engineering team. And I would always do situational. So I don't know how this person's going to interview you, but I would always do, okay, we're going to do a situation, right? We have been, we're the security team. You're a part of the security team now, pretend, right? And someone from another business unit said that they're going to launch this new part of the app. It's going to accept payments and like real money transaction stuff for some sort of on-app product or like, whatever. And yeah, we're an AWS Kubernetes environment and like they're just starting on this new feature and they're contacting us and you're the security person attached to this. They're saying, okay, we're going to contact security for this new thing. What are all of the like things that you would highlight if you're going to start a Google Doc from scratch for this? Be like, all right, I'm on this meeting. I'm on this first meeting with this other team. What are all the like concerns, questions that you're going to ask, like architectural things that you're going to be thinking about that like we're going to want to make sure that this team is designing into this new function? And I'd be like, go. Very open-ended, right? So I'd be like, we're on AWS, we're on Kubernetes. Team wants to do some shit. It's gonna do some sensitive payment-y stuff. Like, go. Right? And so then I'd be like, I kind of had like a grading sheet of like, make sure they said all of these things. I didn't need like a specific correct answer about any one of those things. Obviously bonus points, but like, oh, did they bring up, you know, oh, we're going to want to think about, like how we're handling those secrets. What's the database connectivity look like? Are we, encrypting any of that data? What are they checking authorization and all this for that user? What kind of resources do we need? Any net new like endpoints and resources in Kubernetes to do all this? Like, is any of this going to S3 buckets? Like, if so, what's that look like? Are we doing like, and then just start mentioning a lot of the CSPME stuff and like, oh, is guard duty enabled? Is like if we already have a CSPM, are we like inputting a lot of this new behavior into there so we can like set alerts on like, weird behavior of stuff going on, right? Just send a clone of yourself and go interview. Yeah, just hire a North Korean to go interview for you. Right? Right. Low-key giving some fire. Cool. Morning, David. You want me to be your North Korean and interview for you? Could I even get hired as a cloud security analyst at this point? I don't even know. Isn't that wild? I was like head of cloud security architecture for a biggest bank in the country. And I'm like, I don't even know if I could fucking pass one of these interviews nowadays. I've gotten dumb. You feel like I could? Yeah, maybe. I'd have to brush the cobwebs off of like the specific cloud platform stuff. Hey, everybody. The YouTube check just cleared the bank. Just got the push notification. Whoo! Lunch is on me. $130 from YouTube this month. Everybody. Where's your dividends? Are you guys shareholders? You guys shareholders in my YouTube? You're good talking off the coding Terraform. You don't know. Yeah, so the Terraform stuff might be bonus points for you, Roman, right? Because like they might not expect you to know it, but Terraform's actually kind of easy to understand. And was always like a super big unlock for cloud security things. With Kimi, is it safe to run? Oh yeah, we were talking about Kimi. ADD. So yeah, let's talk about Kimi again, because I do want to try to do it. Yeah, it's safe to run. Because it's a model that you're just like plugging into like you don't have the hardware to run this, right? Like this is a big model. This is like one of those models that people are building the beefy home rigs for. And this is why RAM is so expensive. But you're probably running this on like Open Router or something, right? For from Hugging Face. So you can like use this model. Probably like Olama pointed to Open Router or something like that, or open code. pointed to Open Router using Kimi K2. It's probably the hookup. I haven't messed with any of the local models in a while because the Frontier models have been so much better. So I'm actually not sure. I could be giving you guys bad info. But apparently, and I'm like begging my group chat to like figure this all out for me before I waste my time, is apparently this Kimi k2.6 that just came out, yesterday? 420. Is close to Opus 4.6. It's kind of close to Opus 4.5, I think it feels like Opus 4.5 is what I heard people say. And it's like 70% cheaper if you're using the API. But it's an open model, so if you can run it, it's free, right? But you can't run it. But it's like 70% cheaper or something like that is what I'm reading. Versus Opus 4.6, 8x cheaper. Output is 10x cheaper. I'm like, great, it's cheaper. I am in the like don't care mode on like, is it cheaper? Because I am so addicted to Opus, right? Okay. Sorry, I forgot to kick my agent in a while. Go, agent, go. Well, so I'm so addicted to the quality of these Frontier models that I'm like, cool, it's 70% cheaper. But like, if it sucks, what does that matter, right? Like, if I'm never going to use it, I don't care how cheap it is. Oh, that's a fun website. Run this LLM to figure out if it can run on your hardware. Live click-in Twitter links on stream. Always follow me for more good security decisions. What hardware do I have, and can I run it? I like this. Let's figure out which. Let's do my shit here. I don't know the answers to a lot of these questions. I'm on Apple Silicon. Let's figure it out. I don't even remember. 24 gigs of memory. I don't know. What's my GPU situation? System report. Graphics. M4 GPU. I don't even know. I have cores. How do I figure out GPU memory? I don't even know. I can't even see that unless I'm blind. I just have cores. Okay. GPU VRAM. I have no idea. Is it none? CPU only? Apple Silicon? Olama? Is that right? For a Mac Mini? I don't know. Guys, we just got to 100 messages in Restream. I think it's because it's only counting Twitch messages. So that's just basically Roman and Kilobyte. Roman and Kilobyte holding it down in Twitch as usual. Agent needs auto kick. Well, that's what I usually use Maestro for, but I'm just hanging out in Pi right now. Between Haiku and Sonnet pricing. Super lightweight. Only need like 550 gigabytes of VRAM. Am I dumb? Like, I don't even know the answers to these questions. GPU VRAM on a Mac Mini. Well, since I don't have like a giant NVIDIA card sticking out of my my thing, I think that this is right. So it's like, what can I run? No fit. Can't do Quen. These are all the no fits. No fits, no fits, no fits. I can't run anything. You can't run anything on a Mac Mini? I think I'm doing it wrong then. I'm too dumb to fill this form out. Claude, fill this form out. Computer, make these guys super gay and horny. Have you guys seen that? Or you think I'm really weird? Computer. I've been saying that shit all the time. Computer, make these guys have a wonderful day. Computer. Whoa, wait. I saw probably my favorite video. I gotta find it. Oh my God, I have to find it. How can I find it? Am I like logged into TikTok? I don't think I'm logged into TikTok. I am. All right. Is it in my reposts? Oh my God, it is. This is so fucking funny. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not sharing anything weird. Guys, this video has absolutely cracked me up. So this guy, this is like all this account does. This is like how he pays at the point of sale systems. Do you post on TikTok or stream too? I used to live stream a lot on TikTok. That's how Cyberties Roman found me. And a few people in the YouTube chat. That's how they found me. It was TikTok stream. TikTok live stream is kind of a dumpster fire. You guys are chill. TikTok live stream kind of sucks for like the vast majority of time that I'm on there. Have you guys seen this? So this is this guy. This is his like debit card.
My debit card. You can't take Bitcoin?
Man, what are you doing?
What? Hey, bought a Counter-Strike case with that. I got a blue. Why? I just got a blue out of the... It's just a Bitcoin wallet.
It's a Bitcoin wallet. He's got this whole rig that he's trying to pay with. This is all he does. This is brilliant. And the music behind it is so fucking funny too.
Reader?
I cannot plug that into
Just do tap to pay.
I don't know what that all is. I can't.
It's my debit card. Please.
He's got a monster.
Shout out to Rainbed. Thanks, baby. What's up, man? Just do your job and don't say a word. It's just a wire, dog. Come on, please, man. Just put it in,
Do your
dog.
job.
Just
Don't
keep
say a
that in.
word.
You're getting the manager? It's just my debit card.
I don't really feel comfortable.
He's gonna bop it on the and a motherboard.
Are you sure? Hey, buddy. Hey, keep your mouth shut. I'm gonna put this in, okay? Yeah, it works, baby. It works.
Beeps it with a bop it.
Hey, don't worry about it, man. What are you doing? Did you just take a picture of me?
He's got the Matrix on.
What do you mean it's just broke? Don't fucking worry about it, man. Huh?
Don't worry
I
about
can
it.
just keep it?
No.
Whoa, hey, whoa. What are you doing? Call the cops. I have my other wallet right here.
It's a proton pack. His other wallet is a proton pack. Oh my God, this guy had me cracking up last night. His whole feed is that. He just like has these like fake hacker looking things going on. Oh my God. So good. So fucking good. Oh God. Oh gosh, just brilliant. I wish I thought of it. You know, it's like one of those things that I'm like, I wish I thought of that. Like fantastic hacker content, right? Just like duct taping monster cans and a bop it to a motherboard and then a big string of wire and duct tape to your credit card. I'm just plugging in my credit card, man. Don't worry about it. Found you through TikTok. I DM'd you for advice and I actually responded. Ta-da! I do read my DMs. Thoughts on running Open Router through Light LLM for private interfacing for smarter reasoning without proprietary rates? Yeah, I mean, do it. I know a lot of people that are like messing with that exact setup for like a ton of stuff. Mythos. Oh my God. That's what I got to do. I got to make like a briefcase that's like the nuclear football, but it's Mythos, and like sit outside government buildings. Oh my God. If I was like a funnier content creator that wanted to do that, that's what I would do. Like a nuclear football briefcase that said Mythos on it, that like was decorated to be like super AI or something. Blue Hat Asia call for papers is open. I just got tagged by someone. Should I go speak at Blue Hat Asia? It's in Singapore in September. I feel like I have something that week in September. Strangely. How am I already that booked out? What the fuck? Like immediately brought me to a login. Mar-a-Lago is close to me. Any ideas? Yeah, I got some ideas. How sensitive are you to federal prison, David? Yeah, you have AI, but have you heard of AI 2? I can't wait for AI 2.0. I was hoping to bring up the Kimi K2 thing and that someone in chat would have used it already. I bet if Francisco was here, he's like one of the regulars. He always messes with local models. The other thing that I realized that someone messed around with was, oh wait, I got another cool thing to show you guys. My buddy Ron. Oh, do we want to watch the OpenClaw guys TED Talk? Let's do that.
Taken?
Oh yeah, there is no separate VRAM. Yeah. I was right. There is no separate VRAM on Mac Mini, so I wasn't that stupid. The OpenClaw guy gave a TED Talk. And he's jacked. Should we watch the jacked guy, the jacked nerd, give a TED Talk? Jacked nerd, give a TED Talk. Dun, dun, dun. Goals. Goals to be the jacked nerd giving a TED Talk. If my employer will pay for the SEC 560 or two cheaper ones, which one would be better? You have CEH and OSCP. Who invited TikTok chat in here? I'm just messing with you, Jake. Thanks for hanging out. This is like every conversation I ever had if I live streamed on TikTok. Congrats on your CEH and OSCP. OSCP is like legitimately hard. What is SEC 560? If you've never been in one of my streams before, I hate certifications in general. But if your work is paying for it, by all means. SEC 560 is Enterprise Penetration Test. Oh, it's the GPEN. Okay, GPEN. or 2 cheaper ones. They'll pay for that one or 2 cheaper ones. Well, you've already got CEH and OSCP. What does GPen get you at that point? Isn't OSCP like top of the pile of offensive security stuff, or is that no longer true? Guy who hates certifications is not positive of like what is considered the top anymore. Reverse engineer from what your goals are that you're trying to do. If your work is going to pay, maybe. I also really like the very specific things. If you're going to go get like through a course on something, I really like the very specific ones. So like if you're trying to do AWS stuff, like the AWS stuff, right? If you're trying to do Azure stuff, the Azure stuff. Less sans money grab nonsense, right? Sans once was a cool organization and now they're just kind of a money grab situation. But if your work's paying, who really cares about the money grab? Like go get some high quality training, right? Just kind of reverse engineer from what you're trying to do. Don't worry about the 4 letters at the end of it. All right. This is like the least soapbox you're going to get. If we keep talking about this, I am going to soapbox for quite a while about the certification industry and why it's garbage. But yeah, go learn cool stuff. I have no good like recommendations for you about like things you should go do. The only like training recommendation that I think is kind of cool right now is Jason Haddox does like the AI hacking stuff. So if you haven't really dipped your toe into the AI world, I would go do the Jason Haddox trainings. Because every time he runs it, he's in my group chat. He is like tip of the spear, trying all the latest shit, and he integrates it into his training. So like whatever training you're taking from Jason, he is like giving you the latest and greatest in like AI hacking techniques. He goes by Jadix, Jaddix. Jadix. He's got like a Discord that he like runs those trainings out of. You thought he was just bug bounty. Yeah, he's got the bug bounty stuff for sure. But he's definitely he's got like attacking AI is one of his new like tracks, and they're very, very good. I got the homie hookup on his Discord, so I get to hang out backstage in his Discord. Humble brag. I've known Jason since we were like fucking kids, man. We were like old school AppSec pen testers working for competitors. So we would run into each other at like all these AppSec conferences giving talks. So him and I have a lot of respect to each other. He's got fire content. Yeah, he's fucking legit. He's legit. Him and I used to do like when new games would come out. He's a big gamer. And so him and I would do like gaming streams where like when Diablo 4 came out, we hopped on Diablo 4 and just like took questions from people. Like, hey, come talk hacking, ask us questions, but we're going to be playing Diablo 4. And then I think we did it with Pal World too. Like when Pal World dropped, we like played Pal World for a few weeks. Oh, and Helldivers. We did Helldivers too when that came out. Helldivers 2 is a fun drop. I hate shooters, but everyone plays shooters. So if I ever want to play with friends, I got to play shooters. All right, let's watch this TED Talk. TED Talks are short, right? And we can put it on playback speed 1.5. You guys down to watch TED Talk? You guys can still ask me questions and shit, but let's watch this OpenClaw TED Talk. Whoop, it's muted.
What's OpenClaw? I've been programming since I was 14. Building software felt like playing a video game. I couldn't stop.
He should be wearing a sleeveless shirt, man. This guy's jacked.
Until I did. I created a company. I poured a decade of my life into it. No venture capital. Every weekend. And then I sold the dream. And I felt absolutely nothing. For 3 years, I was wandering. Did therapy, traveled. I changed countries twice. nothing clicked. I wake up every morning with everything I was supposed to want and no reason to get out of bed. And then in early 2025, I tried an experiment. I wanted to see what these new AI coding agents are all about. And I had what I can only describe as a holy shit moment. The boilerplate, the plumbing, all the boring parts that was software development, AI could do all of it. The bottleneck is no longer typing, it's syncing. And syncing was the part I did 25 years. Building software felt like playing a video game again. I was back. I built 44 projects in just a few months. And the latest one was a WhatsApp bot. I put it on my computer. It talks through the apps that you already know. And then I took it on a trip to Marrakesh. Just to navigate around, find restaurants, do translations. And at first, it didn't really feel right. It felt too much like a tool.
This is what we're up against, people, okay? So when you hear me come on here and try to push you guys into experimenting with AI, it's because this is what we're up against. We're up against guys shipping 44 projects in a few weeks, figuring out what sticks, okay?
Not like a friend. Too many bullet points, too many tables. So I told it. Because those modern models, they are so smart. They know what WhatsApp is. They know how people talk. I just had to tell it. And then it felt right. And how you talk to friends? At some point, I was walking around, and I was sending it a voice message. And then I froze, because I didn't build voice in there. I had support for images, yeah, but even that took hours. So I was looking at the typing indicator, and then the agent responded. And I very vividly remember this situation. I was standing there, and I was like, how did you do that? And the agent replied, I'm not kidding you, the mad lad figured it out on its own. And then it walked me through every single step, how it got a message from me.
All right. My one pet peeve about a lot of this stuff when it comes to these agents is personification. Okay? Especially when OpenClaw is in the conversation, a lot of people start talking about it as if it's a person. And I think that's a dangerous, slip of language, purposeful choice of language. I think we shouldn't be personifying these things, because that ain't it, right? It's just not it. I don't like it. So.
But there was no file ending, so it inspected the file. It found that it was audio, but a weird format, so it converted it, and then it was looking for something to translate the audio, but I didn't have it installed. But then it found an OpenAI key. It sent the whole thing to the server. It got it back, and then it replied. All of that in 9 seconds. Can you imagine? I didn't build any of that. For me, this was the moment where I thought, this is something new. This is not a chatbot. Chatbots give up. Agents improvise. And I was sold. I wanted to share this. I wanted to tell people on Twitter. And nobody really got it. It's almost like you have to experience an agent. It's kind of hard to explain. Took me a few weeks. And then I did something stupid. And remember, this agent, by default, can do anything that you can do on your computer. So obviously, I put it in a public Discord and I invited random people. And I was looking at it the whole night. People were talking with it, people were having fun with it, people tried to hack it. And when my eyes were falling off almost, I exited the process and I went to bed. Though I forgot, I built a system to be resilient. So while I was walking to the bedroom, the agent happily booted up again and talked to everyone in the world. The next morning, I woke up, over 800 messages. I panicked. I pulled the plug. I read every single message just to see if the agent leaked my private life. Nothing happened, but it could have. But that was the moment where it went viral. Today, the project is called OpenClaw. It's pretty much
React, Linux, and that straight up line on OpenClaw, GitHub stars. That's wild.
the fastest growing open source project. Its mascot is a lobster. It claws into your machine. Jensen Huang calls it the operating system for personal AI. But by far, my favorite quote is from a friend who looked at the statistic and said, Peter, this is not hockey stick growth. This is stripper pole.
That's
and
good.
I was not ready. You know, when something blows up like this, everything explodes. hundreds of messages, reporters calling me in the middle of the night, security vulnerabilities. And then the AI company, whose model most of my users loved, sent me a trademark claim. I had to rename the whole thing while it was taking off. You know, they even tried to push me away from the lobster. Like, I was staring at the message. It was like, it's not even the same animal. And then they also cut off the model most of my users loved. You know, first the name, then the lobster, then the model. I was that close of just deleting the whole thing. But then I learned what people are building with it. So at ClawCon in Vienna, because yes, we have conferences already, and people wear lobster headbands.
ClawCon Austin is like a thing. I got a bunch of friends who run it.
I met Stefan and his 60-year-old dad, Gerhard, a beer sommelier who never wrote a single line of code. They connected OpenClaw via Bluetooth, sent it one prompt, and the agent did the whole 90-minute brew. Temperature ramps, hop additions, everything. And then they were like, what are we doing with all this beer? And the agent was, let's make a website. So they built a website, and then they added payments, and now they have a real product. And almost all of it was just done via the phone. In China, installing OpenClaw is called raising lobsters. Thousands of people were lining up at the Tencent office in Shenzhen to get their lobster installed. Shenzhen even gives out subsidies for people running businesses on OpenClaw. Now, if you install OpenClaw on your work machine, at least with the default settings, you might get fired. And then I met an entrepreneur in China who showed me a spreadsheet. Every employee, every day, one task automated by OpenClaw. If you miss too many days, you're fired. So
the opposite. So this is, were you guys here when I did the CSA Mythos stream? There were like the top two critical risks by the Cloud Security Alliance about Mythos. And like the number one risk was like not using AI in your own defensive systems. And the number two risk was using AI in your defensive systems. And so like, this is like a big conundrum right now. It's like, yeah, you absolutely have to be using this stuff. It is speeding people up. You got to be getting it as fast as possible too. But then like you could shoot yourself in the foot and do some really dumb shit and do it insecurely at the same time. So that's kind of what he's getting at.
Fired for using it. Fired for not using it. After Marrakesh, I thought, this is incredible. And it's also a little bit scary. How can we make it more scary? So I added a new feature, a heartbeat. You know, by default, the agent would only wake up when you send it a prompt. With the heartbeat, the agent would just wake up periodically, check your emails, check your calendar, follow up on loose ends. My initial prompt was simply, surprise me. And yes, that's kind of as scary as it sounds. So no large company would ship something like that. But I'm a random builder from Austria. I don't have a legal department. I built this sandbox, this sandcastle for me, and I made it open source so other people could play with it, and other people could raise their imagination.
Me too,
Imagine
Roman. I really like his little
putting an
mascot.
agent into a meeting. Not for notes. We figured it out. A bidirectional model that can listen and hear at the same time. Somebody mentions a statistic. A sub-agent can spin off and check it for you. A decision is made. The agent can send a follow-up before the meeting even ends. In the future, we're not just going to have one agent. You might have your work agent, your personal claw, maybe one for health, maybe one for relationship. And they all should work together in a secure way. Because how did humanity level up? By specializing and collaborating. And agents are about to do the same. Imagine a company, a small business that has 10 agents that are all specialized, taking over various parts of the business. We don't even have a name for what it might become, but we're about to find out. So I created the OpenClaw Foundation, a non-profit, open source forever. Because what OpenClaw did for many people was it moved AI from this scary, nebulous thing into something that is fun and useful and maybe a bit weird. You know, lobsters and headbands and beer businesses. Because what we need in the future is more people spending more time with AI to better understand how powerful and transformative this technology really is. In New York, at ClawCon, yes, they're everywhere now, there were thousands of people that were discussing what the lobster did this week. A veterinary in Shenzhen who automated their groceries. A teenager in Sao Paulo who built a tutoring business on OpenClaw. Gerhard and his beer machine. None of them are programmers. All of them are builders. Because that's the real transformation.
Citizen
it's not the technology,
coders.
it's the access. Agents change who can build things, and that door is not closing again. Because when you can prompt a prototype into existence in 1 hour, anything is possible. The next breakthrough can come from anyone, any country, any cafe. When even a burned out founder staring at the screen, wondering if his spark is gone, can do something like that. It's not gone, it's just waiting. The lobster is loose, and it's not going back into the tank. Thank you very much.
All right. I mean, I was hoping for a little bit more. It was just kind of like for the normies, I guess, right? I guess that was for the normies. I was hoping for a little bit more. Any other fun YouTube videos? Oh, did you guys see the hacker that got arrested? Let's see that one. If you guys don't realize, a lot of the cyber criminals that we wound up catching are literal teenagers. You're a normie. Damn. What's up, No? Port Buster, how you doing? Rip. Too much TED for us to talk about. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I was just kind of hoping for a little bit more. Maybe a demo. I don't know. Something, right? He was just like, you guys saw this, right? He's thankfully got caught. Let's watch this real quick.
I need my punishment. I wouldn't say everyone needs prison, but I think I need to go to prison for what I did.
Matthew D. Lane.
Shortly
Giving us Matthew's a bad name.
after graduating high school, this Massachusetts teenager, Matthew Lane, helped launch what's been called the biggest cyber attack in U.S. education history.
Potentially concerning news for parents.
The PowerSchool data breach at one of the largest student information.
We made videos about this. I made a ton of videos about this PowerSchool breach. Long Island Medium Voice. Matt, can you hear us?
Systems in the world that has potentially exposed the personal information of millions upon millions.
The company reportedly paid close to $3 million in ransom to recover the private information of 60 million students that Matthew helped compromise.
I definitely knew what I was doing. In spectrum of hackers, like here.
Matthew, now just 20 years old, sat down with ABC.
Was what the TED Talk or something different? We're back. Did YouTube go down? I was just chugging along. Did YouTube stream go down? I saw you guys chatting the whole time. I was like, what are these guys talking about? Too much TED Talk. What the fuck is going on with stream today? YouTube was suspended at the end of the TED Talk. I got TOS'd? And then all of a sudden back policy. What are you talking about? And how do I get zero fucking notification that happened? It said I violated some policy, but now I'm just back. What? I didn't see any of that. Oh, am I not allowed to like watch these videos? Like, is it bad that I'm like watching other videos? Is it like copyrighted content for the TED Talk or something? I'm allowed to react stream, right? Everyone fucking reacts streams. What? That's so weird. It's so weird that it automated like TOS'd me and then automated put me back up. It might be if you're doing too long with not enough commentary. Very likely. What? I fucking pause it all the time. Maybe Ted has a thing. God. All right. Sorry you guys got froze out of yeah, we can go back to this. I'll scroll back. What the fuck? Real just like 10 out of 10 stream today, everybody. Chat, I got chat on 3 fucking monitors. Hi. I would have loved a notification somewhere. Like, I mean, like I have Studio YouTube up. I've got YouTube like up on the teleprompter because chat won't work in Restream. All right, I'm live. Jeez, I don't know what's going on. This guy was like, yeah, I'm going to jail. Man, I didn't understand what you guys were talking about. You were like, Long Island Medium, Matt, can you hear us? I thought you were talking about this hacker, Matt, because I thought you guys could see what we were talking about, because this guy's name is Matthew. All right, let's watch. It's the People School breach. We talked about this breach, like when it happened. I made a bunch of shorts about it because it was kind of nuts that I didn't realize how like monopolistic this piece of software is, that like so many school districts use this software. First of all, second of all, they had like social security numbers going back to the 80s. So like, could you imagine like you gave your school your social security number in the 80s, gave them zero permission, like to do anything with it. And then like, 30 years later, they put it into some piece of software that then winds up getting hacked by some like 17-year-old kid in Worcester.
I need my punishment. I wouldn't say everyone needs prison, but I think I need to go to prison for what I did.
Matthew D. Lane.
Shortly after graduating high school, this Massachusetts teenager, Matthew Lane, helped launch what's been called the biggest cyber attack in U.S. education history.
Potentially concerning news for parents.
The Power School data breach.
Yeah, his name is Matthew. That's what you guys were in chat, like Long Island Media. Matt, can you hear us? I thought you were fucking talking about this guy in jail. I had no idea I was down. I thought you were trying to like telepathically communicate with the hacker who's like going to jail. Oh my God.
One of the largest student information systems in the world that has potentially exposed the personal information of millions upon millions.
The company reportedly paid close to $3 million in ransom to recover the private information of 60 million students.
What the fuck do you do? What I really want to know about these hackers, right? If I was 17 years old and all of a sudden got $3 million, right? Some of these ransomwares are $20 million. Like, that's how they wind up getting caught, by the way, right? It's like all of a sudden the 17-year-old kid has a Lamborghini. It's like your brain, like you don't even have a frontal cortex yet, right? Like
that Matthew helped compromise.
I definitely knew what I was doing. In spectrum of hackers, like here.
Matthew, now just 20 years old, sat down with ABC News for an exclusive interview 2 days before reporting.
What did he say? I knew what I was doing. What?
Hackers, like here.
I missed it again.
$3 million in ransom to recover the private information of 60 million students that Matthew helped compromise.
I definitely knew what I was doing. In spectrum of hackers, like here.
Matthew.
In the spectrum of hackers, I was here? Is that what he's trying to say? Like, I was like tippy top of all the hackers on the planet.
Now just 20 years old, sat down with ABC News for an exclusive interview 2 days before reporting to federal prison.
I'm gonna take my punishment.
Are you not scared?
Yeah, of course I'm scared.
For Matthew and so many others like him, his gateway to cybercrime was a gaming platform that most teenagers know, Roblox.
Here,
Why can't we stop talking about Roblox today? I'm going to catch another TOS violation. Talking too much shit about Roblox.
The game is built by the community.
It's an online space where gamers can connect with players from all around the world and even create their own games.
It wasn't until I was like 13, 14, a friend that I knew, he put me on the Roblox training program. And then I started getting into that and just kind of spiraled from there, honestly.
The bad guys are on all the platforms watching the kids playing. And when they see an elite level performer, they go approach that kid, masquerading as another kid, and they go, hey, you want to earn some crypto? Here are the tools, here are the techniques.
Tonight,
Yeah, so I've made a whole video about this, by the way. It's like my least watched video on my YouTube channel because it's just like the Roblox logo, my face on the thumbnail, and the title is like child exploitation or something like that. And it's just like, this is unfortunately a topic that needs to be discussed more, is just these gaming platforms. This is why I just went and spoke at PAX East about this. I was at PAX, a gaming conference, and I talked about cybersecurity and gaming. And one of like the main things that we were talking about was like, hey, the gaming platforms are like one of the main ways that people do this, recruit their new members is what we're talking about. The Venn diagram of like hacking groups and gaming groups is got a big overlap to it.
Story of two hackers who, as teens, fell into a life of cybercrime, whether by stealing directly from
I know,
people's
poor
accounts,
Buster.
How much money are we
He
talking
gets
about?
interviewed too.
Well, like $8 million.
$8 million.
Yeah.
Or by holding their data hostage in exchange for money.
It's easy money, even though it's dirty.
Though these crimes started with gaming, the real-life consequences are no child's play. One still so young, just starting to face his punishment. The other now working to stop teens before it's too late.
They get a little bit of money and they think like they're on top of the world. Like they think like they're in like Scarface movie or something, and they're not.
Say hello to my little friend.
Experts warn this new generation of cybercriminals is uniquely dangerous and shockingly young, chasing
God,
money,
I hate
status,
B-roll
and their next
in
thrill.
normie
It's way
media.
more than driving 120 miles per hour on like a back road or a highway, incomparable to any drug at all as well.
Individuals as young as 14 are being interviewed by the FBI.
The cases are startling. From a 17-year-old who hijacked the social media accounts of Barack Obama, Kim Kardashian, Jeff Bezos, and others, to the 15-year-old hacker who allegedly cost major Las Vegas casinos more than $100 million. Another teen said hacking was his hobby before breaking into thousands of platforms with the massive sports betting platform DraftKings and stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars.
When was the last time you hacked someone's account?
Less than a week ago.
Here he is being questioned by police about his years of hacking.
Do your parents know a fraction of this? How do you think they're going to react?
Not the best.
The average age of someone arrested for serious crime is 34 years old. Average.
Why is that kid in that room getting interviewed without a lawyer?
The age of someone arrested for cybercrime is 19 years old.
There was the 19-year-old New Yorker who, from inside his parents' house, founded one of the world's leading hacker forums, a global market for stolen data that Matthew Lane frequented.
It was called Breach Forums, and that's where everyone flocked to.
The FBI nabbing its founder in an elaborate ruse.
Parents need to plug in. Parents need to lock in. Parents need to understand the world that their kids are living in.
We got ring camera footage from his mom's doorbell of his arrest. Brutal.
Understand the threat of their kid being groomed from their bedroom.
That's what happened to Matthew Lane. He says he had a happy childhood and a loving family. But in his teens, he says he started to struggle with mental health, and what he later learned was autism.
That kind of made me feel like an outcast. I went to go find solace in other things. Now I was gaming or was playing Roblox, and I was involved in the game cheating community.
Roblox says it uses cutting-edge technology to fight cheating, but Matthew still found it, and that
Zach XBD, congrats. So Zach XBD is like a blockchain investigator, right? He's the one who like follows a lot of this money and all the different wallets and everything for these kinds of things. He's awesome. Whoops.
a bigger hacking world online where cybercriminals boldly boast of their latest heists and their lavish lives.
And you're like, as a young kid, like, I want that. And that's what leads you down to the path of greed.
The hacker in him was merciless and methodical.
We would try to get initial access, and then next step, privilege escalation. Next step was exfiltration, and then 4 is ransom. I would just search top Fortune 500 companies.
As his targets got bigger, so too did his profits.
So I was spending a lot on designer clothes, diamond jewelry. The big thing was the drugs. Lots of drugs, lots. High potency marijuana, magic mushrooms, acid, stuff like that. I felt like I was a zombie. I was disconnected. But nothing I felt like I was doing was real, even though it was. It was a bad era of my life.
But he says the ultimate high.
Like, come on, right? Like, we're a computer nerd. I'm a computer nerd. You're a computer nerd, kid. I can't judge. You can't judge a teenager, right? Like I said, their brains just aren't even formed yet. But like, and we were all dumb teenagers. But like, do we need diamond bracelets? Do we need diamond bracelets? Everyone has to spend it. You're right.
Came from hacking.
I was addicted to hacking. That gave me the most.
I was addicted to hacking. Oh man, inject that quote into every pitch deck from now on. This is what we're up against. We've got hacker addicts on the street.
Natural high ever.
In the summer of 2024, Matthew set his sights on the target that would be his downfall, a student-teacher portal used by 80% of school districts across North America.
Only PowerSchool can bring together the information that connects educators, administrators, and families.
It was one of the worst I've seen here. When you talk about financial impact, these other victims are going to have a lifetime of defending themselves and having to mitigate risk of their information being out there.
Agent Doug Doman has been with the FBI for more than 2 decades. He oversaw the criminal investigation. He says the type of information compromised in the hack was alarming.
In some cases, social security numbers. In some cases, it was date of birth and names. In others, it was all of that, plus addresses, grades.
A former official said the breach was so concerning that the White House convened 2 briefings on it inside the Situation Room. According to court documents, someone tied to the breach used stolen PowerSchool data as leverage, threatening in a message to destroy your company and bankrupt it to the point of no absolute return if the company didn't pay nearly $3 million in Bitcoin.
The data was exfiltrated to a server in Ukraine. I'm assuming it's because they knew it would be more difficult for U.S. law enforcement to get access to.
PowerSchool did pay a ransom, later saying it did it in the best interest of its customers and would pay for identity protection services.
By the way, FBI tells you to not do that because there's no guarantee that you'll even get your data back.
In a statement to ABC News, the company said not all PowerSchool customers were affected, and they have remained focused on safeguarding student, family, and educator data.
I wasn't really thinking about the individual. I was just thinking, oh, these are companies. They got insurance, they'll get bailed out.
Our colleagues at WLS in Chicago speaking to one family potentially impacted by the data breach.
As my kids start to get older or start to think about college and they want, say, a credit card, we just wouldn't know if something's already been opened in their name or under their social security number until we go to take those actions.
Right. Matthew continued his cyber crimes, keeping it all a secret while trying to live his day-to-day life as a college student.
My mentality was I was gonna end up dead for whatever reason, you know, or I was gonna just somehow make myself stop, and I didn't do either of those.
The FBI working behind the scenes to connect the dots.
We're starting to put a picture together of who this individual is, who he's working with.
The smoking gun for investigators, that server in Ukraine.
We saw that the server had been purchased with cryptocurrency that we were able to tie to Matt Lane's true name in a financial account that he had been using. And when that happened, that's what clicked for us. What broke the case in.
Coming up, the FBI raid that changes everything.
I got a bang on my door at 6:30.
Plus, the man trying to save teens from the life of crime he once led. And the surprising thing parents can do to protect their kids.
All right. What's part 2? I think that's what I saw. I don't think I saw part 2. Jesus. This is like hour by hour. Oh my God. How many videos a day does this channel put out? How do I find it? Oh my gosh. What was the name of that one that we just watched? I wish it would like give me the, you just watched this one. What was the name of that one? Minor Ma'am, Hackers of Gen Z, Part 1. And this was 6 days ago already? Jeez. Man, I thought this was more recent. All right, let's go. 6 days ago. Great user experience here to try to find Part 2. Fantastic. This is exactly how I'd like to consume media. There's Part 1. Oh my God. It's not even fucking there. Oh my God. It's just, did they just not have a part 2? Why'd they call it Part 1? If I type hacker, I get hacker Part 1. And that's it. Well, thanks, ABC. Fantastic. Appreciate you. Portbuster, you wanted me to pull something up. What'd you say? Watch Ironic next? What's Ironic? Ironic made a video about him and crew. Oh, Ironic is the name of the channel. I don't know them. Ironic. This? No. I don't think so. Let's just search Ironic. Oh, there's a period. I did put Ironic at the end. Guess what? They have a period? They have a period in their name. Ironic period. All right. I've never seen this. Which one is him? 40 million from the US government. 100 million in crypto. 15-year-old, 40 million in Bitcoin. Damn, this is a good channel. Docspin, 16-year-old. 4 million refunding a scanner. Minecraft kid stole 200. Is that him? Minecraft kid. Watch the latest 2 or the latest 1. This is the same kid? Let's do it.
Like many of you know, the US government is the 6th largest Bitcoin holder in the world.
Who runs this channel? How do I not know them? That's a human voice. I don't know what I expected, but I saw that there wasn't like a person on it. I was worried it was going to be an AI thing or something.
Owning around 320,000 Bitcoins worth an estimated $23 billion. These are mostly seized assets from criminals the FBI has indicted, which have mostly been sitting around for the last decade.
The person who runs this channel is an XCOM kid? Damn.
Occasionally, the government decides to sell some of their holdings for cash in order to fund victim restitutions and federal law enforcement programs. To do this, they rely on a network of private contractors to help store, manage, and liquidate their assets. Luckily for you, your dad owns a Virginia-based contractor company focused on technical consulting for federal agencies, like the U.S. Marshals Service. This gives you the unique opportunity to bid on their ongoing contracts, and it so happens they're looking for somebody to cash out $4 million for them. You convince your dad to allow you to take care of that contract through his company. Now it's time to get to work. You open up Cursor and use AI to code up an exchange to pass the crypto through. But once you go and do your first transfer, you realize they're just leaving you the private keys. This gives you a goal.
This is like Darknet Diaries level production. How have I not seen this channel yet? This is awesome.
Golden opportunity. Now that you have full access to the wallets, you can just siphon the crypto out as much as you want. You already planned to give yourself a bigger cut than what was agreed upon, but this seems like a much better idea. You open the first wallet. It has $20 million inside. Move on to the next one, 1.3 mil, then the next one, and the next one, the next one. By the end of it all, you'd find around $63 million ready to be moved, and nobody knows your plan except... This is Zach XBT, a private crypto
we just talked about him.
Investigator. He spends his days looking at the blockchain for various low security, non-KYC crypto exchanges. Once he spots a suspiciously large transaction, he'll flag it and trace it to the original wallet, trying to figure out where the funds are coming from and where they're going. This specific transaction he's found comes from a US government wallet, and it's just been completely emptied by whoever has access to it. He writes a quick post about this to alert his community, then he goes to sleep. When he wakes up the next morning, he notices that 19 of the 20 million stolen have been returned to the original wallet. Seems like whoever is behind this knew he was investigating and didn't think it was worth being tracked.
But still took a bit, right? Still took like $1 million. Damn.
Even though you just had to...
Sometimes I'm like, what am I even doing on YouTube? Right? Like, the production value. Some people are just better.
Give back $20 million of your stolen funds, you're still up an estimated $44 million. Now it's time to launder it. So you divide the funds into multiple different wallets and then siphon that into decentralized exchanges like OpenOcean. From there, you swap the tokens for different ones and then divide the money even further to make it harder to trace. You've decided it's best to keep the money in as many different wallets as possible, so you keep at least 10 different main wallets, all holding a couple $1 million minimum. This puts you in an extremely unique position. Since you've thrown Zach off your trail and there's literally no one investigating you, the government isn't gonna know their crypto is missing for...
I don't know enough about crypto, like in tracking and stuff, but I don't understand why that throws anyone off the trail, right? If like all the transactions are on the blockchain and traceable and immutable, I guess I just don't understand the like tumbling part enough You know what I mean? Like I know that they pass them through tumblers, right? And the tumblers just take like a percentage of it as a fee. I guess I just don't really understand that shit enough to like, how did you throw Zach off your trail just by splitting it into 10 wallets, you know? Mixers. Yeah, sorry. I call them Tumbler. I don't know. He laundered it all. Flexing got him caught. How's there not automated detection? Yeah. It's just like, I understand that like mixers are involved and like laundering is involved. I guess like those are just like, yeah, I know that those words are what happened. I don't understand how like on the blockchain, like you can't trace all of it. Like it's all like all the transactions leave a trace. So it's just like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? I guess I got to like level up on my understanding of the mixers and how they actually run. Government runs monitored Bitcoin nodes. They can see the IP, the transactions go through those nodes, Monero nodes.
For at least a few months now. On top of that, you did this all by yourself, so no one can leak what you did. I mean, nobody even knows who you are, so you don't have to worry about people talking about
conflict. You don't have to worry about people talking about, and then it's his name.
It's been a few months now, and of course, you haven't spent most of the money in order to keep a low profile. Nah, who am I kidding? Of course you're fucking spending the money. You're getting...
You're keeping a low profile. Nah, who am I kidding? Of course you're spending the money and flexing.
Cars, clothes, watches, jet flights, multiple apartments. You're flying out e-girls to them over the weekend and take them shopping, spending millions on rare usernames on Telegram like @John and @Lick, and even giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars to random people you meet on there. But this raises questions. Although it's not uncommon for crypto thieves to drop money like this on Telegram, it's weird when some guy no one's ever heard of comes in and starts behaving like this. Some of these guys think you're a Fed, others think you're just LARPing with someone else's money. You've been e-dating this girl June for a few weeks now. Gave her over $300,000 in crypto, among other gifts. Right now you're growing tired of her. You think she's kinda crazy. You get into an argument and you ultimately decide to break things off with her. But what you don't know is that she's been building an entire profile on you. A few days later, she makes a Telegram channel and posts all the information she managed to gather on you. Your name, your face, even old chats and voice messages between the two of you. Your hand is forced. In order to get her to delete the channel, you agree to get back with her and gift her around $40,000 worth of Telegram usernames.
OPSEC when e-girl, yeah, whoops, texted the e-girl pictures of my apartment.
Wait, can you get in set?
It's a Glock. It's like a... In case the
You have a
feds come
Switch?
working. No, in case the feds come working, bro, I have to just off my shit. Wait, bro, this gun's low-key dangerous.
A lot of you might be wondering how I get information for my videos, and the truth is, a lot of it's from Telegram news channels like @Feds, today's sponsor. Anytime something newsworthy happens around the comm, it gets posted in Feds, which allows people like you to keep up with what's going on without having to join some shady group chats. In there you can read about stories like the ones we cover here, and stay up to date on the latest scams and vulnerabilities to keep yourself safe. You can join the channel for free by going to t.me/feds, link in the description.
I left that in because that feels like an interesting source.
You're back in
You earned
Virginia
it.
now
You
to
earned
see
me
your family.
amplifying your
You show them
sponsor.
your new car and the lifestyle you've been living, but they're not too impressed. Your dad knows how you got the money. He tells you this will ruin his life once it gets out. Later that day, a fight breaks out between you and your family. The police are called and you spend the night in jail. Once you get out, you get in your car and leave Virginia and your family behind. But first, you decide to make a pit stop in DC, pull up to the FBI headquarters.
What? Hold on. This is him?
This will ruin his life once it gets out. Later that day, a fight breaks out between you and your family. The police are called and you spend the night in jail. Once you get out, you get in your car and leave Virginia and your family behind. But first, you decide to make a pit stop in DC, pull up to the FBI headquarters.
That was like... what? Like, okay, you fist fight your dad, you go to jail. The jump between got out of jail, got in my Lambo, and pulled up to the FBI office, I'm missing. And why is the FBI taking pictures of in front of you in your Lambo? The watch on camera in the Lambo. What a combo.
We're now in 2026, and those same guys that don't believe you're actually rich have invited you to a group call to prove your net worth. They want you to go band for band. You join the call and start sharing your screen, show them $6.2 million in your Exodus. You'd think this would shut them up, but they just start laughing at you, posting pictures of your face.
Is this supposed to be like an honest reaction to him only having 6 mil? Or what? Because this is like pretty embarrassing. Like, let me just add someone else so we could both laugh at you together. What do you mean Jordan can't show anything back? Hello? Wait, no, I'm not gonna lie. This had John nigga thought he was tough. Yo, look at you, bro. Beat the fuck out of you.
Yo, there is a whole other world out there, right? Like, what are any of these platforms that these people are like hanging out in each other, like with each other and flexing in, right? Cars fire. I'm not a car guy. The cars don't do it for me.
Yo, nah.
Goofy nigga.
Nigga ugly as hell, bro.
Ugly nigga.
You decide to double down,
Just like
move
what
another $3
world?
million into your wallet. They say you're using a fake Exodus with a fake balance, so you move even more, and then send them a link to your wallet just to prove it's real.
This is where you get caught, right? Like, because then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I've tied this username to this wallet because they were flexing.
Nah, low-key, this is actually gonna be funny as hell for all of us. Like, after I clown this nigga, after he shows all his money, I just show like 3 times more. Oh my gosh, he might be tough, guys. Okay, only 1,000 ETH in that wallet. So what are we at right now? 2,400 ETH coins? Yeah, that's not really that good. I'm literally plugging my Trezor in right now. Wait, this Trezor I have only has 7 mil in it. I don't even have my main Trezor right now. And that's kind of embarrassing to screen share. That's fake Exodus. Yeah, that might be fake Exodus, I'm not gonna lie.
By the end of the
Like, in what? Like, what are we doing, right? Like, what? A whole other world, right?
call, you've moved around $23 million to your wallet, with another $13 million sitting on the side, just in case you need to move more. You feel like an absolute boss, not even considering the possibility that someone could have recorded the entire call.
Well, they did, because we're watching it. Zach is back.
The video of your band for band has just gone viral across Telegram, with users posting your identity too and even tracing back the funds to the original government wallets. This is really bad publicity, so the next logical move for you is obviously to mass report all channels posting you, hoping to get them banned, and you even offer to buy some of them out in order to delete the post yourself. Now that you have all this attention, however, it would be a shame not to use it to your advantage. The scam is simple. You're gonna live stream and wait for your newfound community to buy up the coin. Then you dump your shares in order to cash yourself out, leaving them with the worthless coins. You've even gone ahead and paid a famous streamer $100,000 to make an appearance in your stream, just to make sure you can scam as many people as possible. There's just one problem. He wants more money. That's like all of your profit if you dump right now, so of course this makes no fucking sense. On top of that, he's acting sketch as fuck. Feels like he's scamming you. You say fuck it, dump the coin, and cash out $960,000 in profit. A few hours later, the streamer goes live, confirms you were talking to a fake account.
Yeah, I never got any money. Like, I never got money from anyone. You think I'd be streaming right now if I had 100K in crypto that I made for no reason that someone just sent me? I'd at least take the day off, maybe 2 days off. Fuck that, that's so stupid.
Everything I've learned about clavicular is against my will.
Someone just posted a polymarket bet on you. They're betting money that you'll be arrested before the end of March. This pisses you off. You've been living safely in the French-owned Caribbean island St. Martin for months now, taunting law enforcement by telling people to report you and even impersonating the FBI with a fake Telegram channel. You think there's no way law enforcement can catch you before that time, so you place a bet for $10,000 that you'll still be free on March 31st.
Bets on his own freedom. Bets on his own freedom because he's in St. Martin.
The French police have just pulled
The
up to your
animated
house in
police.
St. Martin. You're sitting inside, completely unaware of what's about to
They're
happen.
blue. He's red.
You freeze up, wondering who could be knocking at this hour of the day. Eventually, you muster up the courage to answer the door. They place you in handcuffs and lead you to the car. As they search the house, they find 3 Trezor wallets, along with the physical seed storage.
YubiKeys. Only hackers have YubiKeys.
4 YubiKeys, a Raspberry Pi, and around $200,000 in cash. One of the wallets holds your Telegram account collection, which is worth an estimated $10 million. They also seize your new cars, your devices, and even your clothes. Then they send you back to the States.
Oh, man. And he lost his Polymarket bet. Man, all that and the $10,000 bet.
You're now being held by the US Marshals awaiting trial, most likely in DC or Virginia. For all your crimes combined, onlookers assume a sentence of at least 20 years, but since you've refused to give the feds access to your wallets, it's possible for you to face up to 50 years for everything you've done. Some people think you're stupid for continuing to scam after hitting such a big lick, but they'll never understand that it's not about how much money you have, because you'll always want more. Doesn't matter if you steal $50,000 or $50 million. If you love scamming, you'll keep doing it until you're caught.
Ten out of 10 channel. 10 out of 10 channel. Ironic. 10 out of 10. Really, really, really good videos. Oh, they take them months to put out. Fastest 2 months, 3 months, 1 month. I mean, yeah, he's working on these things for a while. 10 out of 10, Port Buster. Good recommendation. Golf clap, golf clap. All right, guys, we're coming up on 3 hours of stream. That might be a good stopping point. Maybe we could do one more react if you guys want. You like when the hackers get feted? Yeah, I wish that ABC YouTube had the other, because that other kid got interviewed too in that video. I feel like a lot of them are, a lot of these peeps are getting popped. I had this story pulled up to talk about today. We had some ransomware operators pleading guilty. I mean, compared to the teenagers, this guy's ancient, 41-year-old. But this guy was we talked about this story. This is crazy. He was a ransomware negotiator. He was a ransomware negotiator that was playing both sides. Digital Mint ransomware negotiator. There was 2 other guys. Martino was charged with conspiracy to interfere with interstate commerce extortion. Martino was initially identified only as co-conspirator number 1. According to court documents, while working as a negotiator for 5 firms, Martino shared confidential information about the victims' negotiation positions and insurance policy limits with the ransomware operators, helping the cybercriminals extort the maximum possible amount. Between April 2023 and 2025, he was involved with Black Cat ransomware attacks alongside accomplices. While operating as Black Cat affiliates, the 3 defendants demanded ransomware payments and threatened victims to leak data stolen before encrypting their systems. This is wild, right? The victims included at least 5 U.S. organizations, among them financial services paid $2.56 million. Digital Mint told Beeping Computer that the company condemned the previous malicious conduct from their employees. This is wild, right? Black Cat ransomware operation has been linked by the FBI to more than 60 breaches. I wonder how they caught him. I mean, obviously we'll never know because they don't want to tell you how these guys get caught because they want you to mess up too. But I wonder how they caught him. You know? What was the OPSEC failure here? Why do we always hear about the hacks for the hospitals and schools? These are communities with least ability to fight back. That's exactly why. You just answered your own question. They're A, easy targets. B, they have high need to get back online. Like a hospital can't stay offline. A school is desperate for their everything, you know, for their reputation mostly. What else do we want to watch? Any other channels put out some good stuff? Did Prime put out anything cool? Prime's It's All Fake video? I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of the latest Prime or Theo videos. Oh, did you guys see Theo talk about Claude design? That's super interesting. We could do that. What's Tyler Ramsey be up to? He's just teaching you all stuff. Any other videos we want to talk about, peeps? I could probably do one more. You want to watch the Claude design? What up, Low Level? I just had your channel up. We're in the react to YouTube videos part of the stuff. Low Level, have you seen this? Have you seen this channel? Have you seen this channel called Ironic? Yeah, we can watch just another one of these. These are so good. You just want to watch the next one? This Minecraft kid.
If you
one?
guys want to keep up with the
everyone go follow Low Level. He's better than me at everything. Is my normal one. Dude, watch this guy. We just watched a video. It's like Darknet Diaries level of production. Faceless, talking about like the comm kids. He basically makes videos about the hackers like that wind up getting popped and stuff. Let's watch one.
If you guys want to keep up with the comm and crypto scammers in general, you should join the Telegram news channel @Feds. In there, you can read about crazy stories from around the world way before I post
He caught a
about
Try
them.
Hack Me sponsorship.
That's t.me/feds.
Damn.
Anyways, enjoy the video.
Good for you, dude. Portbuster, you don't think this one? Sorry, I just saw you say hackers get feted. Hackers get feted. This one's better.
"12-year-old Connor Freeman sits in his room, playing Minecraft like usual.
Ed, look at the production on this. What are we doing out here? If you guys want some behind the scenes, I just gave Low Level access to my YouTube studio. He did a little YouTube therapy session for me the other day. We compared notes, and he was like, "Yo, man, add me to your YouTube studio," because I'm a noob, and he's like God mode in cybersecurity YouTube. He's like, "I don't know, man. I can't be bothered to make videos like this." Yeah, exactly, right? I'm like, "What are we doing? What are we doing?" Right? Yeah. Oh God, you're right, right? You spend hours and hours on edits or money, and then it just fucking flops, right? He puts out a video like once every couple months. The pressure, right? The pressure to put out a video. Like if you put out one video every 2 to 3 months and it just fucking does nothing. I mean, oh God.
He doesn't have many friends at school, so this is his safe space. Little does he know, a player has just joined that's about to change his life forever. This guy's name is Repulsive, and he teaches him how to gain an advantage in the game by exploiting information available on the internet. This is called doxing. Over time, Connor learns about hacker forums like OG users, and slowly goes from griefing on Minecraft and doxing server owners to more serious cybercrime like ratting and refunding. Then one day, one of his friends shows him their Bitcoin wallet, which at the time had 11.
Yo, Minecraft and Roblox to cybercriminal rabbit hole. It's so real. This is what I was on stage at PAX talking about. I got incident responders that are like talking about this stuff constantly.
Coins. He asks him how the fuck he made all that money, and the friend replies, SIM swapping. You should tap in.
Oh no.
Now most of you probably already know what SIM swapping is, but in case you don't, it used to be the easiest way to hack pretty much anyone. If you had enough information about your target, you could just call their phone provider to impersonate them. First you pretend you lost your phone or that it got stolen. Then you'd ask support to move the number to a blank SIM card, which you can buy on eBay for like $1. Then once they verify all the information, you can just put the SIM card in.
Guys, I just got the email that said why stream went down earlier. Streams are interrupted when copyrighted content is detected. After copyrighted material is no longer being streamed, streams are automatically enabled. So that fucking TED Talk was copyrighted? It's on YouTube. I was just watching a TED Talk. Like what happened? Like how could, like their public YouTube channel, like what I'm doing right now. I don't understand.
In a burner phone, and now you can reset all their logins with SMS verifications. You could also just walk into one of their stores and convince them to move the SIM manually with a fake ID or by adding yourself as an authorized user on their account. But this was risky, so if you didn't want to risk anything, you could just bribe an employee and they'd move anyone's SIM to your card. Now, Connor's not smart enough to get an insider on his own, but luckily his friend introduces him to his group, which already have one working for them. All Connor needs to do is dox victims to learn their digital footprint, and he's set to make millions with his team.
Once back to the face, like let me just run that stuff 6 years it allowed in my.
What's the monetization? I got slightly distracted. What's the monetization path that they're talking about for like SIM swap to money? Like what is it? Like you take over their accounts and drain? Like you're on their phone, so you get two-factor and drain crypto accounts? Because you can get the two-factor text or something? Oh, and selling their social media handles and shit? All right.
Vacuum so yeah, I done that. Calm, not trying to get back now. Fuck that. Had to G-check, man, where your funds at. Fuck the K-breaks, I'm flipping the ton packs. Ain't been in the T with the tugs at, but still the right one.
This is Ricky, and you might think he's broke because of his park cleaner job, but this couldn't be further from the truth. You see, Ricky's second job is being a holder for Connor's group. The holder's job is very simple. All he needs to do is wait until the victim's phone number has been moved to one of his SIM cards, then he puts it in his burner phone, and now he can read out SMS codes for the rest of the team. This is the riskiest job a SIM swapper can have, which is why Ricky now prefers to pay kids on Discord to hold SIM cards for him, pays them a couple $100s from his own cut. And just like that, Connor's group just made $50,000, which they split 4 ways. The circle is really tight. You have Joel, Ricky, Colton, and of course Connor.
Circle's really tight, and we know all of their names and all of their roles. It's like, oh man, we know so much information about this.
Now, Connor doesn't really like spending his money. He prefers to let it sit in his wallet and watch it climb like a high score in a video game. But his friends are different. Ricky's bought 2 trucks, a jet ski, and an ATV with his money, and Joel is probably the biggest baller in the comm at this time. He tells him about all the Gucci he's bought since their last hit, but Connor's not really interested. He tells him about the Twitter and Instagram combo he spent 40K on. Still not interested. But then he shows him his new Bitcoin chain.
I didn't really spend much of my money. I spent probably like 150K, I'd say, over the whole time period. I had a Rolex. I don't know if you ever heard of IF & Co, a jewelers, and I think they're based in California. Yeah, they sold Bitcoin chains, but this was back in like 2018. I bought one of those. I had a couple of gold rings with diamonds from IF & Co. My girlfriend at the time lived in the States, so I flew back and forth over there. I spent a lot of money on flights and travel, but that was it. I never really went out clubbing or buying crazy cars or anything. That was never my thing.
So how'd they get caught? That's always how they get caught. If he wasn't out clubbing and taking pictures with the FBI in front of his Lambo. God, look at the video, man. This is a movie.
Picture this.
He's
You're
making
standing
movies.
in line, bored out of your mind when your phone suddenly rings. You check it thinking someone's trying to reach you, but no, it's a f***ing advertisement. This is where Aura can help you. All you have to do is sign up for their service. For an American and Europe, these people yourself, your information, a link in the description. You'll personally. A 16-year-old boy sits in VC with Connor's group. He's their new caller, and his job is to call up AT&T, pretending to be a worker there. He'll call up the store and convince the employees that he needs their login for whatever reason. What he doesn't know is that his mom is listening in on the conversation. She calls the police, and not long after, federal agents come into his room to have a little chat.
That's how? Mom? You didn't buy Lambos? Mom ratted you out?
Ricky wakes up and checks his Discord. He hasn't heard from that one kid for a few weeks now, and he's growing suspicious.
Trust me, I noticed, and I literally said to Connor, so this guy, we did a big hit. We paid him like 6 figures, which is like obviously the most money that he's ever seen. Disappeared for like weeks. It wasn't just like a couple days. And I was like, hold on. I'm like, Connor, bro, like, this guy just disappeared after doing a big hit. Like, something's not right. And Connor is like, and then the kid came back and hit us. I didn't respond, but I guess Connor said he talked to him. And Connor's like, no, dude, like, I talked to him. Everything's cool. We're all good. I'm like, bro, Connor, it is not all good. Like, no one does that. They just hit their first lick and then just disappeared for a month. He's like, oh, he went on vacation. I said, and you don't think he told us about this? I was like, dude, there's no way.
Now, unfortunately, Connor believes the kid, and Ricky trusts Connor. So eventually, they'll get back to work, not knowing the kid is secretly working with the FBI.
Damn. Damn.
They keep working with him for a few more weeks, and Connor ends up hitting his biggest target yet, an investor with $5 million. He's now worth around 160 bitcoins, not far from his original goal, but there's something else going on. He's starting to feel guilty. So for now, he decides to semi-retire, try and figure his life out. He takes the next flight to see his girlfriend in Wisconsin and stays there for a few months. This is Joel, and he just finished a whole month of partying in LA to celebrate his friend's birthday. Paid $150,000 just for the Airbnb. Now he's headed to Belgium to party some more, carrying $250,000 in his bag and a ledger with another $300,000. Right after passing through security, 2 officers approach him, ask him to step aside.
High school valedictorian is now being accused of leading a double life.
Flowers say Joel Ortiz stole nearly $2 million.
They're dumping $1,500 bottles.
Damn.
Of champagne over $50,000 watches at a Las Vegas nightclub.
I just don't get it. I don't know. I don't have this gene. Like, even when I was younger, like, you know, like we can all be young and dumb. I do not get it. I like do not have the gene that says like we're gonna just dump. Well, maybe I've never had that much money. Maybe that's why I don't have the gene. Maybe I've never been like, I have so much money. I'm so bored at making all this money. We got to just pour some of it on the floor.
Also, $10,000 spent on Gucci clothing, $150,000 for a month-long Airbnb in Los Angeles.
Connor and his friends realize they're completely fucked. Joel was only arrested because he was leaving the country and the feds were scared he wouldn't return. They're probably investigating all of them already, and they might know Connor has a return flight home in just 3 days.
Look at this.
Connor arrives at the airport, checks in his luggage, and gets ready to go through security.
To make. I'm just guffawed
He
at
makes
the
it through
YouTube
safely.
quality.
He stops sleeping at night and only goes to bed in the morning. Most raids happen in the early hours, so only then he feels safe enough to go to sleep.
Damn, it's surrounded. I mean, this is fake, but you love this song. I mean, just everything. production. This is a great YouTube channel. He does.
Now, the first night in jail is always the hardest, but for Connor it's especially scary when he finds out there's a chance he might be extradited to the US, facing a maximum penalty of 108 years. He and his lawyer negotiate with the Irish court, and he agrees to plead guilty and to give up all his stolen funds, now worth around $2 million. In exchange, Ireland decides to take responsibility for one of their own, and Connor is sentenced to 2 years and 11 months in an Irish prison. On the other side of the world, Ricky, Colton, and their friends are all facing similar sentences. They all give up their stolen Bitcoin. Everyone except Joel. There's more than $1 million missing from his cut, and no one can figure out where it is. Authorities think he's hiding it. Since he's the first SIM swapper ever to be arrested, the judge decides to make an example of him and gives him 10 years.
That's that guy. I didn't even realize we were watching a video on this guy. This guy was in the other video. What a plot twist. This guy was in the other one. He started working on bug bounties. He's got his master's in cybersecurity, focusing on OSINT and pen testing. Yeah, man, I know a lot of people in the industry with records. Good channel, good channel, good channel. That's cool. Man, I would binge that whole fucking channel. We're gonna watch the rest of it at some point. W change the better. Yeah, for sure. I know, dude. You know how many times I've been out on the town with Sammy Camcard? You guys know Sammy? Sammy hacked MySpace. Sammy is my hero. Sammy went to jail before anyone knew like what hacking was. So he got really screwed. Yeah, Sammy's awesome. Like Sammy comes to security conferences nowadays. Like I've hung out with Sammy a bunch. He's like the nicest fucking guy. And he's brilliant. He's like scary smart. But he was 16, dropped out of high school. 05, took down MySpace on accident, to be fair. But they made a fucking example out of him, dude. Within 20 hours of its release in October, over 1 million users had run the payload. Fastest spreading virus of all time. MySpace temporarily shut down MySpace to fix it. It was raided by the Secret Service in 06. Expanded from the Patriot Act. After being presented with a plea bargain for no prison time, but paying a fine of $20,000, serving 3 years of probation, working 720 hours community service, he pled guilty to felony charge of computer hacking. And per the agreement, Camcar was allowed to keep a single computer that was not connected to a network, explicitly prohibited from any internet access during that sentence. Since 2008, he's been a consultant. Lucky you got probation, but are you like, this is how little we knew about computer hacking back then. They were like, he's not allowed to use the internet. He's too dangerous. He's too dangerous. Don't give him a computer. He can whistle into it and hack the Pentagon. He's legit though, dude. He's doing really good stuff lately too. after his sentence was lifted, he was demonstrating weaknesses in RFID cards, in PHP. He helped expose political and corporate corruption within Slovakia's government. I don't know. Just world's most interesting man. He's fucking awesome. I love Sammy. Me and Sammy got absolutely plastered at a bar in LA, like carry each other out of a bar in LA. Oh my God. With a bunch of other hackers during some AppSec conference in LA. Just aggressive night drinking. If you guys don't know, I'm like almost 4 years off the sauce, but there was a time. There was a time. Just checking the Twitter. Oh, this was this freaking thing. Look at this thing that copied TBPN. So you guys know that TBPN podcast that got acquired for like hundreds of millions of dollars by OpenAI. Well, now Andreessen Horowitz launched their own called MTS, Monitor the Situation, and it is clone. They've got the guests lined up. They're live streaming. They're going live. This is the countdown to live. 6,000 views. We've got 18 of you in here right now. They've got 6,800 people waiting. So, you know, you could say we're doing the same thing. We're doing the same thing. For sure. For sure. For sure. For sure. It's the same, only different. Nobody's on our level. Yeah. All right. Anything else? You guys can convince me to stay. But we're about half the number of people that were in here earlier. People start to filter out when I start to wind down and do the React stream. I don't know why. I feel like that's kind of fun, but it's all good. I should have recorded a YouTube video while live today. I didn't. Maybe I'll record a local one of the vercel and lovable stuff. That'll probably make a good video. Bill, I didn't really talk about any story. I talked about one story. Bill's trying to do his job, and I'm being bad. Bill's like, yo, DM me in chat so that I can like write stuff. And I'm like, Bill, I talked a bunch of fucking nonsense today is what I did. Did I talk about any news stories? Yeah, let's do this. Here you go, Bill. We're going vercel links that whole thread and then lovable. Vercel and lovable. It's really all I did. Where did those other lovable things go? Bump, 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 bump. I lost them. Lovable. Did I really talk about anything else? Did I talk about anything else? Anybody? Kimi K2? Is that worth putting in our newsletter? Sure. Kimi K2 catching up. And we watched the ABC News video about that hacker, right? Getting arrested. ABC News hacker Roblox. Let's find the story. Addicted to hacking, young hacker. I think that's pretty much it. We fucking talked a lot of nonsense today, guys. It was a good sesh. We did have fun, but I'm trying to enable a newsletter. Another interesting YouTube channel. Astarte comes and hangs out in here. They're a friend. Anything you recommend learning more about stuff you found interesting? You want homework? I'll give you homework. Yeah, one sec. It's an interview with Dog YG. The best stuff is the nonsense. Vercel, lovable. You left stream. It's cool, Bill. You had lunch with Rybalov? Of course I know Rybalov. Wait. Hold on. Let's see if we can find it. Rybalov? How do you spell his name? R-Y-B-O-L-O-V. R-Y-B-O-L-O-V. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, look at this. Oh no. It's like cached on Google, but the page is dead. Look at this. 2014 million browser botnet. Matt Johansson and Michael Smith, aka Rybalov, on stage at Akamai Edge Conference 2014. Their little baby Matt was. And I talked about my million browser botnet, which was me dumping money into an ad network to get it to run my JavaScript. And then using my ad to DOS websites, including Akamai.com, which I did. I DOSed Akamai.com, and they felt the pain. And Rybalov stood on stage with me. Oops, everything okay? Something happened there. Hold on. Let's see. It cost me like $75. This was the ad. It was bad. I didn't even like fit it. I was lazy and didn't even fit it into the different things. Let's see. This is all the stats of like me DOSing this website. I DOSed my own Apache server pretty easily, but then I was like, you know what? Let's see if I can make noise on Akamai.com. And yeah, I think that was me. That was me spiking Akamai's traffic. I set off some alarms. Rybalov got yelled at for telling me I could do it. That was it. Me and Rybalov. 2014. OG. So yes, I remember Rybalov. Glad you had lunch with him. He's cool. You jumped in late. You saw the clip of the ABC thing. Accept the invite I sent you. Oh, yeah. I got to do that. Interview tips, non-technical. Ask good questions back. Don't just like chill. When they're like, especially when they ask you any questions, don't say no. But like throughout the whole thing, make it a conversation. They're interviewing like, do they want a coworker? Not just do they want someone who can like do the things like a robot that they want to do. Slow Loris. Speaking of Slow Loris, the guy who invented Slow Loris is one of my best friends. Let's see if we can find the old blog. The old Slow Loris blog. Can we find it? Sometimes these like privacy. I'm pretty sure he invented it. Yes, he did. Let's see if we can find like an old school Slow Loris write up. Is it on the Wikipedia? Slow Loris Wikipedia. Let's see if it names my homie. Trivia in chat. If you can name the inventor of Slow Loris. He lives in Austin, Texas. I watched the F1 races at his house. Let's see. Written in Perl. He still can sling some fucking Perl. Oh, it is. It's his website right there. Is his website still open? Who ran hackers.org? That's the trivia. There you go. Written by R-Snake. That's my homie R-Snake. We're good. We're good buds. He used to run hackers.org way back in the day. He's a good homie. He's a good dude. Bill, you probably know R-Snake, right? You've met R-Snake. I was just walking around with him at RSA not too long ago. There you go. Robert Hansen of Sec Theory. There he is. He's a good dude. Let's see. No, I shouldn't do that. Of course you know him. Yeah. Bill knows him. Someone wanted homework. Someone was like, anything you recommend for learning more about stuff you found interesting? All right, let's pick an example, Colin. So if I wanted to learn something, okay, for example, on this stream, we were like talking about the crypto money laundering stuff, right? And I'm like, I don't know how the fuck this works. What would I do if we all wanted to learn about that right now, right? If we all wanted to like turn ourselves into little Zach XBD clones, that's like an interesting little thought experiment, right? Oh God, I'm getting pinged. We're good. Little interesting thought experiment, right? Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to buy us another little bit of time. Oh, wow. I was just texting her and she called me. So funny. I was just trying to buy us a little bit more time and my phone starts ringing. I have 1:30, but I think I could skip it if this person will text me back. So is that a good, who asked that? Colin, you asked it, right? That's like a good example, right? Like, hey, none of us know. You're mainly asking because you don't really have money for certs and courses. I'd rather sublimate myself to the technical stuff first before spending any money. Like the absolute way that I recommend you do it. Don't never ever fucking blow your own money on certs. If you're like boss will pay for a cert, go ahead and do it, right? If your boss will pay, do it, but don't blow your own money. But if you're talking about just like general stuff, yeah. At this point, Roman could probably answer this question too. Whoa. I haven't heard that alert in years. Gifted subscription. Thank you for whoever gifted a subscription. I haven't heard that. I forgot that alert was set up. What up, Roman? Thank you. Did you just gift the sub too? It didn't say who gifted the sub. It just said who got the sub. Oh no, unspecified name did. Okay. Well, thank you, unspecified name. We appreciate it. I literally have not heard the gifted thing or whatever. All right, I think we're good. So, sorry, I'm trying to buy us a little bit more time. So you're asking more for like technical stuff. So I was saying the Zach XBT stuff because I like that's like right off the bat. Like I was gonna get off stream and like try to do that myself, right? I was like, oh, how could I like dig into that to like understand like all the stuff in those ironic videos, right? Like how they're tracking these people, like the whole kind of underbelly of all of that stuff that's going on. Because I feel like it is important for me to understand because I tell these stories, right? I tell the stories about how what these hackers are doing like in the actual scams and the actual hacks. I like intimately understand what they're doing in the hacking sense, right? But then they do all this like crypto stuff and I'm like, I don't know, you know? And then like poof, spits out the other side that like law enforcement is involved and like Zach XBT is like writing these threads about them. And it bothers me that there's like this gap in like that story in my understanding. Because I kind of pride myself in really understanding the stuff that I'm telling you guys stories about. I think that's the whole differentiator of my entire fucking channel is I've done all of this stuff for my entire career. And that's what I'm talking about, right? So like it bothers me that like, you know, what's going on there? Try bug bounties, playing around with sandboxing, how to turn that into getting noticed. So if you're like trying to reverse engineer, like getting a job, yeah, like start at like what your desired job is and like kind of go backwards from there for sure. Bug bounties, sure. Bug bounties is a very weird spot right now because of Opus 4.6 and 4.7's ability to do the bug bounty stuff, right? So like bug bounties is like a strange world right now. I wouldn't say don't because like you're trying to learn, not like earn money. I mean, I'm sure the money would be nice, but like if you're not trying to pay your mortgage with bug bounties, cool. And you're just trying to learn, yeah, you have like full permission to like hack on stuff to do it. It is oversaturated for sure, especially on like the low end of the talent spectrum. You got a bunch of people that are just like, yeah, like throw a bunch of stuff. But if your goal is learning, right? It's just like, okay, like let me back up from what am I doing? You're really trying to learn the process, not like necessarily absolutely win all the bounties that you possibly can, right? AWS and Azure free tier. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that I would definitely, what I tell people is like pick a thing that you think would be useful to you and like build it. I will, Portbuster. Thank you. Like pick a thing that would be useful to you and build it. So like Roman did this, Cyber Ties in Twitch chat. Like he was figuring out like an Azure SIM thing, right, Roman, if I'm remembering correctly? And you like stood up a free Azure and like a free SIM and like you stood it up and like you blogged about it. You like took some screenshots and you put it all on LinkedIn. And I'm sure it got you like a decent amount of LinkedIn engagement. But more importantly, it got you something to be able to like point to be like, look, I did that, right? So Colin, that's the kind of stuff that's like, that shit pays dividends, right? So like, whatever it is that you want to actually do for the job, like figure out what's like the free version of that thing. The figuring out what it is to do is probably the hardest part when you're like on the other side of the knowledge wall, right? I remember like fresh out of college going to my first security conference and I was like, Bill was there and I like didn't even know what to ask. And then I would ask something because they would say something and I was like, oh, what'd you mean by that? And they would answer and I was like, I'm too dumb to even understand the answer to the question you just gave me, right? Like, so I understand that like just do projects is bad advice because it's like, what is it? You're really interested in Mac OS. Cool. So like look up Olivia, what's her name? Olivia G. Let's see. Mac OS. Yeah, here. This is like the the person that I would look to. Like I've met Olivia a number of times now. She's awesome. She just like graduated from like, where'd she just graduate from? She just like graduated from some crazy program. She's now at Datadog. She now works for my buddy Zach, Detection Engineering Weekly at Datadog. But she was doing, what's her education? How far down do I have to go for fucking education? Did I pass it? I just didn't want to misquote the program that she went to. Yeah, RIT. That's what I thought. She did like some RIT, like combo BS, MS, like program. Went and she interned at Apple, offensive security intern, and now she's at Datadog, security engineering, macOS internals, like whatever, right? She puts out a bunch of free content, right? macOS internals for detection engineers, right? I'm pretty sure this is all free. This is like, to begin, I recommend this macOS internals gist. Okay, what's this? Could you go through this? You know what I mean? Could you go through this gist? This is all free. These are all links. Right? No certification. Throw the link in chat. Sorry. Yeah, on it. Boop. Her research projects on her website. Was that with university or is that considered legit? If it's not, there's no considered legit, right? There's no like high holy council of people that work in security that are like, that project is legit because a university professor told them to do it, right? Like you could just do things. Like I promise, right? Like you could just do it. This is like, I'm not saying this to like belittle anyone. This is like a true like mental unlock that I had to undergo as like an adult. Okay. Like, I mean, I was a little scrappy kid and I was good. Right. But like, you could just do things. Like even though I was pretty good at like putting myself out there and like getting myself to security conferences and all this kind of shit, I always like looked for affirmation from like a mentor. I'd always be like, someone's got to tell me that this is a good idea before I do it. And then I kind of stopped that because I kind of realized at some point in my 30s that a lot of these people that I was talking to like for advice, like no hate to them or anything, but like they were just like a few steps above me in the career ladder. It's not like they had it all figured out, right? It's not like they had like won capitalism and like done it. You know what I mean? It was just like, oh, they're a director and I'm entry level and they're going to show me the way. Like, and then you like work for a while and you realize that like the director and the VP and all this doesn't really mean a whole lot, right? You can kind of just get there eventually. And they're going to have to work forever also, right? So it's like, you got to get, I know you guys are like early, some of you guys are early career and like you do have to get to that kind of initial comfort. Like, okay, I'm now making like adult money and I can, you know, I'm good. I'm not like struggling. That's what a lot of us are working towards. I get that. But like, once you get there, you're like, well, what now? You know what I mean? And that's when it's like, okay, what can I do to like really kind of jump into these like super high level jobs or, you know, start your own thing. And it's really hard to like get on those paths. You haven't been able to get a job. Exactly. So you haven't even been able to get a job. It's so hard to even think like beyond this. Right. But I promise you, you're at like, it's a hard part, but like you're there, right? Like you're already talking about this. You're talking about certifications. You're trying to meet people. You're doing projects. Like it'll happen. Okay. I promise. You're in like the top percentage of people in your thing. If you're thinking about this and you're doing it, you know, if you're interested in it and you're researching it, a lot of people are just phoning it in and you're beating them, right? So like you're gonna land a job, right? It's just like I try to help you guys not just get to that like first like decent paying job, right? I'm trying to like, okay, yeah, get that, but like that'll happen. But then what, right? Most just do school and don't get a job. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Or they just get some normal job and like whatever. And like it's fine. It just depends what you want to do, right? I very much would like to, none of the parents in my family like are able to comfortably retire. Right? Like there's not like I don't know, this whole like work until you know, shovel money away, work until a certain point and then like retire was just a lie. It seems, right? Like a lot of us are realizing that. A lot of us millennials are like, oh, I'm going to work until I drop, right? Because like my dad ain't like chilling. You know what I mean? And he should be. He old. And, you know? And so I'm not like trying to make 150K to 190K for the next 30, 40 years. It's like not, I'm like, no. I'm trying to do something. I told you guys, I'm not the Lambo pour money on the ground guy, right? So I'm not trying to like make a bunch of money because I desire some opulent lifestyle, right? I just want to be able to stop and maybe help some of my family be able to stop. I've got this phrase that I say to some of my friends that we got to get to a point where we stop trading time for money, right? That's one of like the main things. There's like a lot of people are trading time for money. Sorry, you asked for like advice about like Mac OS internals, and I'm like waxing poetic about my philosophy on late stage capitalism. But sorry, not sorry. This is what I wish that this had happened in my brain so much earlier, you know, like I wish that like, oh, I don't need permission to do things and I should probably take some big fucking home run swings. And I did. To be fair, there's a lot of luck involved, right? I moved to Silicon Valley in my 2-door Ford Focus, you know, packed to the brim of everything I own and drove from New York to California and joined the startup and got the stock options, made $30K a year at the startup because they were giving me stock options. Just turned out that those stock options were never worth anything. If I fucking joined, you know, a different startup, like Facebook was really young when I did that. If I joined Facebook, like I would have been in a very different situation, right? If you had millions of dollars, I got illicitly, the first thing I would do would drop bans on is computer stuff. That's the truth. Used to make 200K a year working life away. Then you lost your job. Now you make a fraction of that, but you work from home surrounded by the kids all day. You wouldn't trade it. Exactly, man. Exactly. You know, and 200K, like, yeah, like I'm sure you like life felt pretty good at 200K, right? And Brandon, you could probably honestly at this point, 200K, you could probably find remote surrounded by your kids all day doing that too. If you just kind of move around. That's kind of like a not that crazy situation these days. So keep sniffing. Respect your journey. Yeah. But yeah, I'd say that's like where a lot of you early in your career should set your focus is like, yeah, get your first thing, but try to get into that like 200K range. And then you'll start to feel the difference, right? You'll definitely start to feel the difference. You're not rich, but like you're not in survival mode anymore. And your brain gets to be a little bit more creative after that point, right? You can start figuring out what you want to do. You want to spend time with your kids. You want to travel. You want to build stuff, whatever it is, but you're not in survival mode. Anyway, Olivia is the GOAT. She's also like super approachable and like just chill because she's not that far beyond you guys. What up, Titus? So Titus just caught a gift sub, and you guys, if you guys don't know, Titus used to be like a Twitch homie back when I was streaming Pokemon stuff. So Titus just caught a gift sub from like his days hanging out here watching me shiny hunt in Pokemon. And now I sit here yapping about Mac OS internals. And he's like, thanks for the gift. Titus is a pretty awesome gaming streamer. So if you're into the gaming stuff, Titus does pretty chill gaming streams. Oh yeah, Olivia is also a power lifter. She's also a power lifter if you want to get into powerlifting. Data-driven fitness. God, I fucking love nerds. Hacking competitions. So here's all the shit that Olivia did as a college student. Right? If you guys like want, I'm sure Olivia's making good money with her Apple internship into Datadog security engineering. I'm sure Olivia is very happy. Apple and Datadog pay really well. Just go follow Olivia's shit that she did in college. She did a lot of public hacking competitions. Yeah, they were like through school, but you don't need to go to school to join these things. You don't need to pay to join these things. Right? She gave a bunch of presentations. Again, you can just do this. You don't need permission. B-Sides Tampa. Oh, she's doing that soon. Oh, God, that's like this year. Oh, my God, she's the fucking GOAT. Look at this. Let's find a decent one. Bash Basics. 15-minute presentation about grep, awk, and find. You don't think you guys could do something like that? And then look at this fucking resume she built out, right? Analyzing tactics and development trends of open source malware. Open source security, economics, and ethics. She just did this. She was like, I think that's an interesting idea. I'm going to make a presentation. And she gave it at some Women in Cyber event. You can go to your local OWASP or B-Sides. They're always looking for this kind of shit. This is what I did early in my career. I gave a lot of conference talks, man. It's like, what is she working on? I don't know. Fine-tuning LLM models with Python? What the fuck is that? Cool side quest. What's fine-tuning? You know? Is this good advice? And now you lurk while working. Titus, I hope all is well too. What are you playing these days, Titus? What are you streaming? Pocopia? Are you doing Switch stuff? Last time I hung out in your stream, Titus, you were playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, I think. It was a while back. Just worked until the wife finished school. Now she's a NERC practitioner and you're the trophy husband, albeit a fat bowling trophy husband. We all need a fat bowling trophy husband. Would be cool to give a talk. Do it. Put a talk together. I just thought of my next talk, by the way. I haven't given a talk in a while. So it's going to be my return to giving talks. I thought of a talk. We could even do stuff as part of VolNU. Hell yeah. I'm gonna get my community going at some point. The thing that I'm vibe coding right now, by the way, is a job board, because I've had a lot of recruiters being like, yo, how much to pay you to promote a job? And I'm like, that doesn't really fit into any of my models right now. So I'm like, I don't know. Like, hold on. And so I'm trying to make jobs.volnu.com so that like we could do that. Or just like community engagement. Yeah. I figured like Roman wants to do this kind of stuff too. So I figure if I get my community up, some of you guys that just want to get involved, like Jadix has a bunch of this, right? He's got people that hang out in his Discord and like in exchange for like free training, they like help him do community stuff in Jadix's Discord. So I figured a bunch of you would be into that too. So I'm trying to like do that. Because it's like you just learn by osmosis. Like you just have to be involved in these things. So that's what I always tell people. Like, if you're gonna not live in a city where you can like go to these, if you don't live in like San Francisco or New York or DC or like Austin or Houston or like whatever, where these like meetups actually happen, then at least being super active virtually is very, very helpful, right? Let's say, yeah, dude, you're reading my brain. Let's do it. I'm gonna, where can I DM you guys? We need a little Signal group chat. Let's do a little Signal group chat, and I'll DM you guys somewhere, or you guys find me, DM me somewhere, and be like, yo, it's me. I'll make a little Signal group, and we can do a little start the community turned into a conference. I've been meaning to do this. I've been meaning to, like, on YouTube live stream on my office. I've got this cool patio that I want to get like a projector at and invite the homies to come give talks and live stream it. You already added it on LinkedIn. Volnu community organizer. All right. That's super funny. But yeah, that's what I'm kicking. You guys were asking what I was kicking my agent around doing today. I'm trying to do jobs.volnu.com. Oh my God, the agent, you did so much. This is way beyond what I need. This is over-engineered, but we're going to do it. Go ahead, over-engineer it. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? What up? Thanks, Kilobyte. Brandon got a gifted membership at DEF CON 1. That's what's up. But yeah, that's kind of the vision, right? Is like, I'm doing this thing. I've been meaning to do the community, but I got sidetracked, and I told you guys I wanted to do, like, I really hate the like take people's money path. I don't want to take people's money, right? I want to take companies' money. So the whole path I was trying to go was like for the community was if companies would buy seats and like we would do this, like I would develop a bit of a cohort model where I could get everyone up to speed with our current like AI stack, like Pi and Maestro, and like just get everyone up to speed on the AI stuff. And so, because I think a lot of companies probably have like FOMO that they're not doing the AI transformation stuff well. So I was like, okay, so maybe I'll do a Slack. People could buy seats. Companies could buy seats into the Slack. Our whole thing is about like helping you do the AI transformation. Maybe training people up that like could come work at your company, or training people that already work at your company up on the AI transformation stuff, specifically for security, sure. But I figured we can go broader than that. And so I got a little sidetracked on like the Volnu community. Now that that's feeling like it's going to be a completely separate thing, by the way. So like we are going forward with that. It just does not feel like it's going to be a Volnu thing. I got 2 co-founders, and we're probably going to do it on its own thing. I obviously I'll talk about it, but like, you know, it's not going to be a super big Volnu thing. So if that's not Volnu community, that leads me back to, should we start the Volnu community where, you know, you pay a few bucks a month, like, or if you sub or like whatever, it gets you into the Slack, right? The paid one could sponsor seats. The sponsor second tier could be hands-on one. You build, yeah. It could feed into it for sure, right? But like we're talking like we're gonna do like tens of thousands of dollars for that, because it's like going to be all this training and stuff. So it's definitely like company budget, more positioning against like fucking Gartner seats than like communities. So the community thing will be like tens of dollars versus tens of thousands of dollars. Damn, I'm still streaming. I know, man. I was going to get off like an hour ago too. And you guys woke up. When you guys wake up, there's going to be like a big thing. Well, yeah. So I think that I think the people are kind of yearning for more of like the AI community, because like we're all doing different stuff. We're all doing like disparate things, right? So we thought it'd be really cool because we've got all these AI obsessed people that like try everything that comes out and like throw it against the wall, see what sticks, what's the latest and greatest, right? And if you try to do that, you go crazy. So it's like, and everyone's felt it. So I'm like, all right, let us go crazy for you, is kind of the model. So if we can go to these companies and be like, you're probably going fucking nuts trying to stay on top of this stuff. We'll stay on top of all this stuff. and then like we'll bring you along, and like we'll cut through the hype. You won't like, okay, Kimi K2, right? Kimi K2 is all over Twitter yesterday. If I was on a team that was like in charge of AI transformation stuff or whatever, I could have wasted all day yesterday trying Kimi K2. What if Kimi K2 sucks? That like literally, I have not installed it or tried it. I am like doing this by osmosis because I have friends that are more obsessed than me at this stuff and have more time to do this stuff. So I'm waiting for my friend to tell me it's worth trying. Not everyone is lucky enough to have the group chats that I sit in. So it's like, oh, could we like offer this to companies? So it's like, hey, here's the thing, whatever, right? And then to like really make it worth it, like, do we have some sort of like, hey, first 60 days that you're in, we'll get you up to speed with everything. So if you don't know anything, we'll get you up to speed. We'll get everything installed on your box. Like, we've got all the stuff, right? Have you seen like that Gary Tan guy from Y Combinator's got like his G stack? It's like his blessed stack, right? I guess kind of like that. I disagree with his stack. Like we have a different stack among my friend group than him. Offer an AI agent. We've definitely had ideas about like tech that we could do and sell into this, right? So it's like, yeah, we could do a lot in terms of actual tech, but that gets way more complex, right? God, I don't even know what my agent is coding right now. Oh my God. What are you doing over there? So apparently job boards, like the money is pretty decent if you have the distribution. So people have been yelling at me to do this for a while. So I think I could probably make a few extra bucks a month if I host this job board, and then companies that want to advertise to my newsletter can just like buy slots, and I can like add a little, I don't know, 3 or 4 featured job of the week slots to my newsletter or something like that. And then there's just a job board. I've had like more than one recruiter be like, yo, how much do we pay you to do this? And I'm like, I don't know, but I'm listening. If you're offering me money for something, I will listen. As before mentioned, I'm trying to stop trading time for money. And guess what takes me 0 more time? A job board. So I can get money for no time. Well, not no time, because here I am coding it. And I'm going to put it in my newsletter every week and probably have to like figure out what's bullshit and what's not. All right, my editor is trying something new. We're gonna see how this works, because I've been a bad YouTuber, because I've just been live streaming with you guys, and I haven't really been recording local videos while on live. Bad YouTuber, right? This is like the whole point of me live streaming was to shit out other content, and I haven't. I've just been like vibing on live and ranting, which is more fun for me anyway, right? And I think probably more fun for you and better for stream in general. So it's kind of what I've been doing, but because of that, I haven't been making videos. See ya, dude. DM me somewhere, Colin. I don't know your name somewhere. I forget your name. DM me somewhere, and we'll get a little group chat going. So since I haven't been doing that, my editor is going to try to pull YouTube videos out of live stream clips. I have a feeling they're not going to perform very well. I have a feeling that they're going to like, because the vibe is just very different, right? Like my energy is very, Oh, you LinkedIn requested me. Got it. You told me that, and it went in one ear and out the other because LinkedIn is the weird place. It's fine, though. I got you. I see you. I got you. I posted my Mythos rant on LinkedIn. The comments are getting funny. You're gonna go, man, Bill, you're hitting up all the old homies. I miss Win. Wait, I thought you meant Wim. Who's Win? I thought you meant Wim. Whoa, Michael Dell just donated $1 billion to the University of Texas, Austin. Whoa. So that's like half of what they make in a year at football. Schwartu. I don't know that person. Cool. Enjoy your podcast. I dumped the links already, Bill. We didn't really talk too much else. Oh, I know this guy. I've met this guy. Wim Reams on your target list. Cool. So yeah, I have a feeling that the live stream clips off of the live stream like videos aren't going to do well, but we're going to see if my editor can do magic, because how cool would that be if I didn't have to like try to record a video while live separately so that it acted and behaved the right way. Okay. Supposedly stuff is shipped. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Sorry, just kicking my agent a little bit. Where did I drop the links? Not seeing them. Did I not hit send? Oh my God, where did they go? Dude. What the hell? I copied and pasted all the links. They're not even a draft in Slack. Oh no, there they are. Whew, I just didn't hit send. Oh, that scared me. I was like, man, I copied and pasted a bunch of fucking links. Terrifying. I'm trying to think of how to do more interview stuff. Would you guys want to, that Jay Crane interview was fun, right? Would that be fun if it was remote? That's always my jam. I know a few of you were in here when Jay Crane was talking Mallory. I'm just like trying to think about, no one really wants to watch a fucking Zoom meeting, right? Like I don't like watching those, but I think there's a right and wrong way to do it. Like the live interviews, but you're in two remote locations. And I think like the production value matters a lot, right? Like it can't just be like the person who's never been on camera before is like backlit. They're on their like MacBook webcam and microphone. I feel like that matters a lot. I might be overthinking it. Off by One does those and they're pretty good. Let's see. I want to pull up some examples. If you're telling me someone's pretty good at it, let's figure it out. Who's Off by One? Off by One. There's security? How do I not know about security YouTubers? Like the second new security YouTuber. Does he put them in videos or just live streams? Oh, live streams. Just his live streams, huh? Let's do it. Let's watch. First of all, I'm working on this. I'm working on a new intro that's got music and a countdown, by the way. Not like that fucking matters. He's a SANS instructor? Cool. Most SANS instructors are legit. All the things that I talk shit about, certifications, I'm not talking about SANS instructors, by the way. They are very legit. It's just like the industry as a whole, right? David Bomball. Yeah, but are they good? Like, I don't watch that David Bomball guy. He's a nice guy, but I don't watch his content.
Great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Off by One security stream. Had some technical difficulties. That's why I'm at a different computer right now. So last minute, we're able to get it fixed. It was all my problem with smart contract vulnerabilities and Solidity and such with Halborn. I'm sure you've heard of Halborn, the company. Yeah. Yeah, and I think is Certic, is that another one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certic is not necessarily have the best reputation, let's say.
Yeah. See what I mean? So like, I'm not talking shit about this. This is all hard. He's got a bigger audience than me. He's doing better than me. He's probably smarter than me. I don't enjoy watching this. You know what I mean? If you guys tell me I'm wrong, whatever. But like, I don't enjoy like too bad Zoom connection. You know what I mean? Like, if I wanted to hang out in Zoom, I would still be in corporate America hanging out in Zoom all day. Right? I don't know. Am I being mean? Like, I'm sure this guy's brilliant. It's just like...
Yeah.
Cool.
And
So
there is like, you know, what we're seeing with Mythos is also, and, you know, all the AI, I think that there are a lot of bugs out there. So that is not using the float representation.
Okay. And they go through like a presentation. I could see that being cool. And I've thought about this. I've thought about like after conferences, trying to like reach out to some of my favorite talks at that conference and be like, yo, come do a fireside chat on my YouTube and like basically re-give your talk, but I'm going to like, we'll just have a conversation about it. You're not just going to like sit here and like give your talk again, but like, we'll kind of like vibe and do it. Not mean, massive drop in quality and connection and accidentally talking over each other, showing something on screen. It's huge. Yeah. I'm like really, like I promise I'm not talking shit. Like this is really hard. Like live streaming is super hard. Content is super hard. But like, that's what I'm trying to like, it's like specifically what I'm avoiding doing is like, just like yet another talking head podcast. There's a lot of that. Right. And it's just like, come chat, you know? And I'm like, I don't watch that stuff. Right. So I try to only put out stuff that I would actually consume. Like I hang out in John Hammond's live stream. I hang out in Low Level's live stream. Like I watch their videos. It's like they're very inspirational to me. I watch Dan Meisler's videos, right? I watch Prime and Theo's videos. I hang out in their live streams if they live stream. So I'm trying to figure out how to like replicate, because does Prime do it? Hold on. Prime's got a podcast, right? Called The Stand Up.
So George Hahn.
Like, how do they do this? Are they in the same room? They're not.
We've invited Low Level on to help us kind of work through this because honestly, I would just like to say George
And Low
Hahn
Level
sounds
was on
like an
it 2 days
anime
ago,
villain in this post, and it's very exciting, and it makes me just want to high five him so bad. Anyways,
I mean, they're just
says
pros.
the following: what if I release a 0 day a day until a
Do you
big
guys
new
like
model
this?
is released?
Yeah, I
will
mean,
this
it
finally
gets-
make
it gets
OpenAI and
fucking
Anthropic shut
views,
up about
right?
cybersecurity risk? Question mark.
I
Like
think
these
Riverside
things
is part
are
of the
not that
unlock.
hard to find in most software. I heard something about costing 20K in tokens. I'd do it for less if it wasn't for some whiny bug bounty. Because hacking.
Please don't. First off, I don't think criminals are dumb or unskilled.
But you
Please
see
don't
why this
hack
is already
me.
better,
I
right?
just want to get that out of the way. You guys are smart and handsome.
You see why this is already better, right? You know what I mean? And like that's why it's hard, because I know a lot of the people that I would invite on would look like the Zoom call.
And you're my
Am I
favorite
overthinking
people.
it? Do people just not care about the
I just want to
quality?
make sure that that's clear, please.
Is it just consistency and quality and like?
I do want to say one
quality of
thing too
content?
that has nothing to do with the actual content of this, which
I don't really care so much about the quality of the camera. I mean, it's a little bit, right? But you could just tell this isn't like a Zoom call.
which Ed will take over. And that's just like, if I were George Hotz, I would never have been able to like resist naming my X feed Hotz Takes. Because being there with
Small thing I want to say. But
take it away.
Wait, hold on. There's one more thing before we get started. There's just one more small
Oh.
thing I want to say. Let me just.
They just use Google Meet. This is just Google Meet recorded. How do they stop it flickering? Because when I recorded some interview, we're gonna put out a really good video, by the way. But I recorded the interviews on Google Meet because we couldn't figure out Riverside in time, and like it flicks to me just like watching them every once in a while. If the video sounds like shit, I click off. Yeah. He showed the George. Yeah, totally.
Take this quick thing and I'm going to put it up here. And then it's time for the big reveal.
Okay.
Low Level responds with, holy fuck, this is the dumbest take I have ever read. I just wanted to make sure, just in case anyone was wondering.
They're just pros, man.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of feel that way.
Look at Low Level.
So let me
Ooh.
just preface this first of all. It was called the Cold War because the Cold War was cold. Because Russia is cold. It's a George Hotz reference if you're an OG.
That makes sense, though.
Did you find the errors? I don't even know what they look. What do they even look like? They're in the phone. In the phone?
Yeah, they're definitely in there. I just don't know how we label
The
them.
files are in the
I got
computer.
it, don't worry. You gotta figure it out. We're running out of time.
I mean, these are pros, right?
Yeah. The argument that GeoHot is trying to make here is that the only reason more 0 days are not found is because there's no incentive. Okay, well, I don't agree with that, first of all. There are plenty of bug bounty programs out there that will literally pay you to find vulnerabilities, and some of them pay very well. Like, for example, the Apple iPhone zero-click RCE bug bounty will pay you literally $2 to $3 million
Up
if
to
you can
5.
find a zero-click RCE in the iPhone. And then even something lower like on Microsoft, like I think MSRC's payout for like Windows RCE is like $250K to $500K right now for like a
250K.
zero-click on Windows. So there is money to be made in the AI or in the vulnerability research space, right? And I think all GeoHot is trying to say here is something. The Mythos press release was bad, right? It's a marketing campaign, whatever you want to say about it. And so I understand why people are making that argument, right? Like, you know, it's very, I think, bad PR for company that sells.
This podcast is so good, I got tricked into watching it. I was sitting here trying to figure out like how they did the podcast setup remotely, and we were just talking about that. And I am now genuinely interested in what they're talking about. We just got fucking catfished into watching this podcast. I was just watching it. I was sitting here going like, how do they do this without the room? Because I want to do more interviews, but in my head, they got to be sitting in the room with me in order for it to be good. Because a lot of the interviews that I like are in person. And I'm like, how do they do this remote well? And fucking, we're just watching it because it's just that good. I hope Ed's still not in here. I would really hate to like but now we're going to watch it, right? Now we're going to watch it. I can do Restream rooms. Dude, Restream fucked everything up for my stream today. It was either Restream or Streamlabs. I don't know who fucked up, but I feel like it was Restream, and I don't want to do any of that. We're just going to watch this now, though, because it's good.
Exquisite tool to hold on to exquisite tool and then not give access to it and say only special people can have.
Yeah. Someone call the FBI. Look, hold on. Do you guys see what I see?
It's a marketing campaign, whatever you want to say about it. And so I understand why people are making that argument, right? Like, you know, it's very, I think, bad PR for.
Do you see what I see? Oh, I can't zoom in. Look at that gold watch. Someone call the FBI. Boop. We all watched the videos earlier, right? Gold watch means, oh, look at that in a fucking ring too. We know what that means. We know what that means. If a nerd technical guy is wearing a gold watch with a gold ring, we know what that means.
Or company that sells exquisite tool to hold on to exquisite tool and then not give access to it and say only special people can have our tool because it makes you look like an asshole.
Married, sure.
But I think regardless of your thoughts on the marketing of that, it is important to recognize the fact that if you go, Prime, can you go to cybergym.com real quick and go to the graph that's on the homepage there?
I'm going
while
right
he's
now.
doing that, the ability for AI models.
Lambo in the driveway guaranteed. Low level. Show us your driveway right now. Prove.
To both in closed source and open source software, find vulnerabilities by literally just giving it access to the code and saying, hey, find me bugs in this code, go, is becoming better and better and better to the point where like Mythos, I'm very close to some people that are like actively using Mythos at work, and it is causing like issues based on how good that shit is, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, so CyberGym basically is a collection of bugs that exist in software, right? So like bugs in, I think FFmpeg is one, bugs in curl is another.
Oh no, Brandon.
And so what
no.
CyberGym does is it takes a model and with a set of prompts says, hey, go and find bugs in this stuff, right? And the success rate is how many of the bugs that are known to exist get found by the model in this. And you can see a pretty, not exponential, but straight line curve going up to the Anthropic model that recently got previewed by some people, that it's at an 83% success rate. Of the bugs that are known to exist in these code bases, it can find 83% of them. Again, we don't know the cost data in those. We don't know if like the models are being like back-fed the information, so they're like training themselves on previous CyberGym runs. We don't know any of that. But there is this really weird issue happening where like any Joe Schmo with not a ton of security research work or not a ton of security knowledge can, with a couple $100, like worst case, find bugs in software. And I think that is like an existential security threat to software right now as we know it. So I'm kind of curious on your guys' take on that. What do you guys think about the Mythos situation? Because I know how I feel. I'm not sure if I actually asked Prime what he thinks about the Mythos thing.
Oh, I have ideas and I have thoughts about it.
Oh yeah.
So I guess the first thing is that there's three problems here. First problem is Mythos really as good as they say? And obviously I have no internal information. I've just seen some graphs. Dirty data is like a huge, gigantic problem in all benchmarks. All benchmarks are being fed back into the models. It's really actually hard to tell, like, what does a 20% improvement on software engineering bench actually mean, especially when the fact that you could write 0 lines of actual solution code and get 100% on software engineering bench. It turns out there's other benches that are also horribly inaccurate. There's a whole paper about why all the major benches are just completely fudgeable.
So if you guys don't watch Prime is not like the biggest AI fanboy, right? He's not like ostrich in the ground, but he certainly is not like hoorah AI.
And made up of both. So it's very hard for me to understand from a bench perspective. Second, I guess the middle ground would be like, so if Cloud Mythos is as good as it is, then yes, that is going to inevitably cause problems because we're going to go from not too capable to hyper capable in a moment. Thus, everybody can go through and hack everything. And thus, Dario will be able to get his ultimate goal, which is regulations. And so that kind of worries me. Pull up the ladder really quickly and make sure that humans can't code because human coding, that's dangerous right there. And so
yes and no, Portbuster. So you say not really. If he's talking about current Opus models, you have to know how to phrase security research prompt legitimately in order to get an exploit in said software. Yeah, current Opus models, not very good at writing exploits. Pretty darn good at finding bugs and fixing bugs, for what it's worth. POCs are where Mythos, like the exploit writing, is apparently where Mythos is advanced. So I think what he was getting at is like we are ever approaching a go find bugs in this code like future, right? I think that was his take, right?
So that's, so I think that's true. There's the second one, which is, this is just another C compiler, again, from Anthropic, where they hype up this gigantic thing like, oh my gosh, it's written a C compiler. And then you go look at the details. It's like, well, it can't write a bootloader because we could not seem to spend enough tokens to convince it to write it within 32K. It could only write it within like 67K or whatever it was to be able to actually.
Yeah, and also we tested it recursive, or we iteratively tested it off of like the 30 years of tests that the GNU C compiler already had.
We also gave it all the answers and then it figured out all the questions. It was crazy. It's like it played Jeopardy and it was really good at it. And so it's like, there's this whole marketing buzz, which is really hard to kind of cut through that. And then obviously the last one, which is they're just downright lying. I somehow doubt that they're downright lying. I think they're just overstating it. If they're downright lying, then this is just gonna be business as usual. It'll just be yet another disappointing model release, and that's that. And so for me, that's kind of how I'm on middle ground, which is I think it's more hype than reality. But of course, I haven't seen it because I just don't know because they won't let me see it. I'm too dangerous to have it.
Well, if you are too dangerous, there's a similar model that Chat or OpenAI just released, like it's like ChatGPT 5.4 Codex or something. They keep their modeling name is.
Okay, if they're using Google Meet, like someone else was just trying to talk, besides Prime or Ed, like in Google Meet just breaks entirely on the recording if like that other person tried to talk. It's like going to flicker between all these people that start talking, right? So I'm going to ask them, but this has got to be Riverside, right? Like they all have to have a local recording of this.
It's starting to actually align though. At least I know like the higher the number, we're good and good.
Yeah, right. And they don't have a random O to it now. But I think there is a comparable model that you can get access to, like just by uploading your driver's license if you're into that. Proving that you're a real person. So there's models to test out. But yeah, I don't know. It's just it is concerning because we have kind of two forks we can go down. There's a one where everyone gets access to it. Everyone can create 0 days. And we kind of enter this like really dangerous cyber no man's land. But the other side is like Anthropic keeps the access to themselves forever. And now like only this list of like 10 companies can make can find 0 days in the software.
Dude, you forgot the third one.
And what does that do?
They move to the Cayman Islands and then they just take over every government by hacking all the software. And Dario finally realizes his role as the bad guy. Like that would be, I mean, super villain is right there if this is true.
That's true. Casey, what's your take? You saw you were in chat before.
I'm sorry, the chat. What was the chat?
You were going to say something before. What's your take?
Was I really? Well, I definitely could say something, but I think the thing I would say is probably not very interesting. And that is that I think I probably agree with both George and Ed at the same time here, which should be impossible because they're supposed to be disagreeing, but I don't know, it kind of sounds similar to me. And the reason
third thing.
All right, we don't have to watch this whole video. Man, good podcast though. All right. So I'm convinced it can be done. I'm convinced I don't need to like refactor my studio to have a second mic and a seat in here. I'm convinced it can be done. But I think there's a quality bar that you have to like reach. And I think it's like the unedited versions are on the stand. Oh, this is edited. How long does it take for them to put this out? That's edited. And they have a Stand Up Pod Clips channel. They have 3 channels for this. No, the Stand Up Pod is edited too. This has got to be edited too, right?
So low-level learning is on the clock. He has things to do, security to secure, and so therefore we need to get rocking. Now, before we get started with today's stand-up, I was reliably told that Casey has a blocker this week. In spirit of a stand-up, Casey has some things he needs to talk about.
Yeah, this is edited.
Anyways, sorry.
What I would like to say...
Wait, before we do that, I didn't even have a chance to interrupt you. That was way too
fast. I'm sorry, I was trying to be on the ball here.
Okay. Go ahead, Casey.
That was great, Teach. That was a perfect interruption to get us started. I do have a blocker, actually. And this blocker, I've been blocked for a while on this.
That's edited. $56 minutes on this one versus 46 on the other channel. All right. Just less edited. Interesting. I'm going to ask Ed if he'll tell me like what's going on with this. Oh man, they just started this. This is 3 days. They backposted all of them, but 3 days ago. So they're pulling out of Prime's YouTube channel. They're pulling out of Prime's YouTube channel and they're starting this. Man, how do some of them already have 3 days ago? This broad 3 days ago, and some of them have like 10,000 views. And this is like weeks ago content, right? Which is ancient in AI land. Or months ago, probably, right? If they, I don't know, how often do they do these? Do they do them once a week? All right. I am intrigued. I'm intrigued. Because if it's not like some big in-person studio, oh, and they do some of it for members only on live. They do members only live streams of them. Oh no, they do multiple episodes a week, huh? Damn. Aspirational. Aspirational. Very good. Oh, is it still raining? It's raining in like a lot of the country, right? Is it raining where you are? It's like kind of drizzling right now. I'm going to try to make my way home after this because I want to. And I just skipped my meeting that was going to keep me here for a little while. They're good at knowing when to dip in and out of each other's conversations. Bailey interrupts. Yeah, that just comes with practice. Just had the AC turn on. Oh, dude. The AC runs year round in Texas. When the AC is off, that's really it. It's just off sometimes in Texas. It's 5.4 cyber open to the public. Yes, but I think you have to get approved. And I think, so I went and like applied for their cyber something or other and got approved. I did like their KYC thing, right? But apparently it's like a different form that you have to fill out for GPT-4 Cyber, and I haven't done that because my OpenAI account is all fucked. It's a long story, but like I like started an organization account instead of, I had a personal account. I was like, oh, let me upgrade it to an organization so I can like add some of my team and like we can share some resources or whatever. Just never do that, man. Oh my God, it broke so much and it's irreversible. So I just have to like nuke my OpenAI account and start over. It's just fucking stupid. Blue skies in Scotland? That's wild. You've got like 270 something days of rain, don't you? Snowed. It snowed last weekend. Are you in Colorado? I saw Tahoe got April snow too. Tahoe had a really bad snow winter, at like just no snow at all. Don't miss the Texas heat. You miss the old parties in the deserts outside El Paso. I never did any desert parties. I came here as an adult. We did like woods bonfire parties growing up in New York. You wait for all these Chinese cyber models. You're north of Prime. I don't know what that means. Is Prime Canadian and you're even further north than the Canadian? Is that what you mean? Even more Canadian. All right, guys. Quen Cyber, where are you at? Well, you saw Gemma 4 unguardrailed pop up, right? Oh, Prime's in South Dakota. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. There's this one. I think they've even come out with some newer ones. Updated 2 days ago. Oh no, it's the same one, just updated. Probably doesn't have enough parameters to do cyber work correctly. Yeah. I've heard good things about Gemma 4, but yeah, you're probably right. The GPT-5.4 cyber one is interesting because it is fine-tuned for cyber stuff, right? Those parties where you bring $20, get a, yeah, exactly. Throw 20 in the kitty and get a solo cup that gets filthy immediately, but you can't get a new one. Same for Mythos. No, Mythos wasn't actually like trained specifically for cyber stuff, which is actually one of the more interesting parts about Mythos, is that supposedly it just like happened to get really good at cyber stuff because it just naturally got better at all the coding stuff. So I think that's like, I think it got better at the old code, right? So what I'm hearing is like memory issues in C, C++, like all the like older coding languages. So it probably just got better at those coding languages. So it got better at finding mishandled, memory stuff. Oh man, this is going viral. Look at this. Look at this post from today. I pushed a unified vuln dashboard with live criticals to a public GitHub repo. The team is melting down. I cannot even process what just happened. We've been grinding for weeks to unify vulnerability data from 12 different security tools into one dashboard. Tenable, Qualys, Sneak, Wiz, you name it, all feeding into one platform thing that we set up. The APIs are pulling scans, the risk scores, everything normalized into a single pane so management stops yelling about tool sprawl. Finally, got a demo. Oh man, I just got my receipt from Restream. Thanks. Glad I just resubscribed for however fucking long on Restream as it fails today. Finally got a demo view working Friday, pulled all the feeds, built the unified queries, even added some fancy risk prioritization graphs. Excited as hell, so I made a repo to share with the team. Forgot to init it as private, pushed to my work GitHub account, which is public by default because I use it for side scripts. I commit message literally was unified vuln view with prod feeds, live check this out team. Monday morning, Slack explodes. External vuln scanner picks up our repo, indexes it, and now our entire high, medium, and crit list from prod is scraped and showing in public searches. Customers' names, asset tags, CVSS scores for unpatched stuff across 500 servers. One of our biggest clients' assets right there with the immediate exploit tags. My heart stopped when I saw this trending in some threat intel feed. I rushed to delete the repo, but Google cached and some scrapers already mirrored it. The team lead is furious. CISO is looping in legal. Clients are getting phone calls. I spent all morning yanking API creds, rotating tokens, disabling feeds. Dashboard is dark, but damage is done. How did I miss the public toggle? Brain was fried from 50 hours a week. Still recovering data feeds without breaking prod scans again. Anyone bed through this kind of exposure? How bad is the fallout usually? Clients are going to bail. Need advice on disclosure or cleaning this up before this hits the news. Brutal. Do we think this is bullshit for karma? Right? Because like if this happened, pretty easily identifiable as you, if like your coworker reads this, right? Why is live data in your repo to begin with? Well, no, you just push the thing. I hope this isn't real for your sake. If it is, the last thing I would want to do is advertise it on Reddit. That's what I was just thinking. Take a break from the internet. Read a book about OPSEC. Good luck, man. I'm detecting a pattern of making public internal information that should not be made public. What's next? An Instagram selfie with the VP of compliance scowling at you? Has to be. Nobody works in IT with their brain fried for 50 hours a week. Yeah, those are child numbers. Why AI will set up to catch these things in the future. You don't need AI to catch this stuff, man. This is just guardrails on like repo health and secrets detection before you actually push stuff to public. These are very legacy existing tools that don't need AI to get there. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah, Anthropic leaked their own shit in their own GitHub. Man, I hope that's fake. UK just approves lifetime smoking ban for anyone born after 2008. Just none? No more. No more. That's interesting. All right. I think I've faked you guys out, getting off enough. We're almost at 5 hours. Long stream. You guys were fun today. And I ditched my one meeting I was supposed to go to. So with that, I'm starving. We're going to go eat. I've only had all day this coffee and this water. And I think I had a protein shake. So we're going to go do the food thing and go chill. All right. Keep an eye out. We're going to see what my editor pumps out about a live stream. You guys probably see your own name. A live stream YouTube video. We'll see how that works. But thanks for the encouragement and pointing me in the direction of the remote interviewers that you guys do like to watch. Sorry, I hope I wasn't mean about some of the quality of some of the other ones. It's cool that they do it. I'm just trying to like figure out. It's not like I fucking have hundreds or thousands of you guys in here. I'm like, man, I want to keep my quality super high. You know what I mean, though? Just trying to figure it out. So yeah, thanks for the encouragement. Yeah, we'll work that out. All right, I'll be live tomorrow, probably not for 5 hours, and then Thursday we'll do another long one, and then yeah, we'll talk soon.